Well, good morning. Welcome to the October 2nd meeting of the Volusia County Council. We'll call the meeting to order, and at this time we will have public participation. For those of you who have filled out a card and would like to speak to us on any issue, please do so. I have three people who would like to speak. We thank you for participating in the process. And the meeting is called to order. Can we have the Maria? I know some last minute things, but anyway, be courteous to those when you speak. We will not answer your questions. However, oftentimes council members will ask to speak with you at the end of a conference or follow up with staff on any of your questions or concerns. The first person who wants to speak to us today is Alvin Mortimer, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. I'm not going to count the minute it takes you to get to the dais.
Alvin Mortimer, Deltona. I'm glad you're feeling better, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to thank all of our first responders of Volusia County, first of all, and thank you to the counselors for allowing me to speak here today. I'm here again to voice my concerns of the current elected sheriff, Michael J. Chitwood. I stand in front of this commission and warn that public information I have received in past was wrong. Honest individuals seem to be absent in our PIO office at VCSO. The claims I make and will continue to be public. I have asked to speak with this council again and again for an opportunity to privately discuss a few ongoing issues that need attention. I found it very much easier to get the answers I desire through the attorney's office. In less than 24 hours, Robert Jagger of Daytona replied back to me that I was in fact correct. 119-01071-2D is a law enforcement exclusion invalid with regards to the information I requested of Susan Cerbone. I would like to think Mr. Eckert would be interested in the information. I have learned to triple check, and I shouldn't have to. Information should be readily available to all as it once was. Now this is a personal situation, an admission of mine. Please listen. This happened in 1998 at Wet n Wild on I Drive. I was with 3 of my guy friends. We had went to the parking lot after a while, and our intent was to smoke some marijuana. Shortly after sparking up, an Orange County deputy appeared. He was very nice. He took Eric's stash, of course, but then told us to leave. I couldn't believe it. I never get lucky. I went on nearly 20 years believing I met the coolest cop ever. Then I realized the truth. Wet n Wild paid deputies very well. And with this, deputies are directed not to arrest. Wet n Wild had to keep that family atmosphere look, very much like the arrangement at VCSO and NASCAR have at the Speedway. Let's not make this mistake with the county we live in. We deserve honest crime reporting. We deserve unopposed access to information. I know of cases not pursued, arrests of juveniles. I have lived here since 91, consistently since 97. Deltona is very near Daytona in crime. I have compiled info on crime stats in Volusia County for comparison. I requested the numbers from Ms. Benucci, the records custodian. The 2017 year shows an extreme drop in crime overall. I have a document dated January 17, 2017 under the heading Command Staff Meeting. Is this connected to the crime percentage drop? Master case number for multiple incidents. Records manager, Ms. Lillian Benucci, attended and discussed UCR requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Mortimer, for your time and participation.
Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. A couple of things. One, with regard to Dolphin Park, we call it Dolphin Park. It connects your parking garage to Ocean Walk. The homeless have decided to use that as a sleeping location. They also make those little roses and leave all their trash behind. I'm asking you if you could, some point, if the 16th or whatever, make the park where they cannot sleep there. They cannot leave all their trash behind. They cannot make those little roses because it really is, it becomes a gathering place. And many people go from the parking garage, instead of using the bridge, will walk underneath it, and you have to gear your way through those people sleeping there. Secondly, under the pier, thank you. There are almost nobody sleeping on the pier for the last 10 days, but they are sleeping to the left and the right of it. Last night there were 4 people sleeping, 2 in front of Boardwalk, Mardi Gras, one south by the ramp, and then another one up by the band shell. So I'm asking you to, because when I was a kid, you couldn't sleep on the beach, and I'm presuming that's still true. So could you ask the guys to double check that? And instead of being nice, just we're trying to get as many people sleeping from that area as possible. Lastly, on the taxes, it's been 15 years, I understand that. We went through that with our municipal stadium. We went like 20 years without checking it. That should never be the case, but you can't jump it up like doubling the, so I'm asking you, when that comes before you, to go halfway and then go 3/4 of the way, and in the 3rd year, go to what the recommendation is, because nobody likes sticker shock. And I'm forever going before our city commission and asking them, never go what we did with Bud Asher. We went 8 years rollback rate, and then they just kept cutting to the bone, and then we had to go 27% increase. I would rather nickel and dime it than get these whoppers. So we did we don't want to raise, and now we're getting cut in the rear end. So I'm asking you, when it comes, don't sticker shock. Please don't double it. Go like half of it, then the following year, go up to 3/4 of what the recommendation is, and then catch it on like the 3rd year. And then something in place where every year it goes up cost of living or a percentage or whatever, so we don't get caught again. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Kate Farley.
Good morning, Chair, Mr. Kelly, and all other council members. My name is Kate Godby Farley, and I live at 727 Shane Drive, DeLand, Florida, 32720. I am a retired educator. On Thursday, September 13th, my husband and I were awakened by an explosion at our house. When I looked out the window, our 27-foot travel trailer was engulfed in flames. I called 911. My husband ran out and disconnected the electric, and we removed the propane tanks. The 911 dispatcher was calm and very helpful, and Volusia County Sheriff's Office was the first responder on the scene. They were very calm and helpful, and I was worried because my truck at my house, my boat is parked 5 foot away from my travel trailer. The boat, of course, had fuel in it. The travel trailer's all engulfed in flames. The boat was right next to it. My truck was about 40 foot away with fuel in it. And it was parked next to my carport, which is about 60 feet from my home. So I could have lost a lot that day. The sheriff's officer told me that rescue was about 2 minutes away, and sure enough, they came very quick. Volusia County Fire Services, I believe the unit off of Glenwood Road responded, as did the DeLand Fire Department off of International Speedway Boulevard. They were there about 10 minutes, pulled up, got everything out, and the fire was out in about 10 minutes. It was fabulous. The travel trailer was a complete loss, but we had no damage to the carport, to the boat, to the truck, or to my home. So I'm here today to thank our first responders. As a former kindergarten teacher, I call them community helpers. And so I appreciate everything they do, and I appreciate everything you do for Volusia County. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the last speaker we have, so thank those of you who are here participating in the process and sharing your thoughts with us. At this time, we will recess this meeting, and we'll reconvene back here at 10 o'clock. Good morning. We will be starting the meeting in approximately 2 minutes. This is your 2-minute warning. So, less than 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute, we will be calling the meeting back to order. Less than 1 minute. Good morning. It is 10 o'clock. I've always wanted to do that. Good morning. It is 10 o'clock. We're going to call the meeting back to order from the recess that we had from the public participation. Thank you all for being here today. And at this time, we're going to have the invocation given by Pastor Peter Migner. It could have been either way.
Yeah,
And
they do it to me all
ask
the time.
the council to stand. Will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Lord God, we humble ourselves before you on this Tuesday to realize that we are but mere men and we desperately need your influence, your wisdom, and your direction in the affairs of men. We thank you for this council, the decisions that they'll make today, and the discussions that will unfold will affect a lot of lives. So, Lord, we just pray that you would insert into their hearts and their spirits your wisdom today. And we would ask that you would get the glory and the credit for being among men today. So we look to you, Sovereign Lord. We know that you're the great giver of life. You give wisdom. We think of Solomon, who was faced with amazing decisions, and people flock from all over the world to see his wisdom displayed in the courts of his own kingdom. So, Lord, may your wisdom as that be displayed among our hearts today. So when all's said and done, we can say, certainly God was among us. We pray for this wisdom in the name of our Savior, Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chair, Pastor Migner is also on one of our county boards, the Children and Family Advisory Board, and is going to be coming on as a chair. So, besides being Human Services. So, besides being a pastor of church, he's working with us on the county for helping us out. Well, thank you, Pastor.
Thank you for serving. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Cusack? Ms. Denny's?
Here.
Dr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson?
Here.
Ms. Post?
Here.
Ms. Wheeler? And Mr. Kelly.
Here. Does anyone on the council wish to comment on any of the consent agenda items?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull an item,
You want to pull the item?
pull one,
Okay.
item K.
Item K is asked to be pulled. Any other item? Can I have I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, absent item K.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
made by, it's been so long. Seemed like a lot is happening to it. Lowry, second by Post. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. Mr. Patterson, item K.
Yeah, this is the renewal of the membership to the Florida Association of Counties, and I really think with what's going on in the state, especially with Amendment 10, I don't have much satisfaction with what the actions by the Florida Association of Counties in helping us out. I wish that they would get more of the members to recognize, if they really truly believe in home rule, that they would be coming out and verbally supporting a resolution or something for the voters to vote against Amendment 10. But I'd prefer that the $62,000 that we pay for this would probably be better spent in the next legislative session in the state of Florida rather than counting on the Florida Association of Counties at that time. So, but instead of recommending to not approve it, if things change, I'd like to just move that we postpone this to the first meeting in January.
Second.
Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Wheeler to postpone this discussion of item.
Denny's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Denny's. That's not the only thing that went with my hearing, my eyesight. We'll get through this. Bear with me. Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Denny's to postpone this to the first meeting in January. Any comments? Let's do a roll call vote on this, please.
Ms. Cusack? Ms. Denny's?
Yes.
Dr. Lowry?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
Negative.
Ms. Wheeler? And Mr. Kelly.
My vote really doesn't matter. I've counted to 4 already, so I know that. I know. I'll
You
go
can't
with
be as stubborn as I was.
I know the rules, Mr. Patterson. I'll vote yes. So this will come back to us the first meeting in January, and I would like for that to have been the first or second, because first is usually organizational, but we'll keep it on the first meeting in January. With that, we have completed the consent agenda, and we will now move to item 2. Donna Butler, I believe you're going to explain something to us here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So this is an item that most of you are familiar with. Each year, your advisory board, the Children and Families Advisory Board, make recommendations to you on 3 different areas of their funding. It's approximately $2.4 million, and there's 3 different areas in it. The first is approximately $1.9 million, and these are for contracts to 8 different organizations. The second area, and they provide core services in the community and use subcontractors to make sure that those things are being done throughout the community. The second area is for contingency funding, and that is for services that don't fit in these priority areas that are set by the Children and Families Advisory Board. And finally, there's approximately $400,000 for summer camp scholarships. This goes to low-income families that might otherwise not be able to put their kids in summer camp. And so a big chunk of that goes to our summer camp program through Parks, Recreation, and Culture. The remaining goes to nonprofits that you approve after the Children and Families Advisory Board recommends them to you. I have one note of an issue that I would like to make a recommendation to you on. The Early Learning Coalition, we've had very short conversations about the Early Learning Coalition. They're required by the state to provide match. It's approximately about $500,000 that they provide each year, of which we pay to them a portion of that as their contract. The state is recommending that they go from a 6% match to an 8% match. That would be a substantial difference in the amount of funds, approximately $142,000. I would like to recommend that we put this on our legislative platform to urge the state not to increase the local match required. It would be approximately $142,554 additional that they would have to come up from local sources. That would include probably us that they'd be asking for, United Way, other local governments, plus increasing their fundraising. The other part of that legislation, it was proposed last year and it was defeated, but it's supposed to come up this year, is that they would be penalized if they did not meet their match requirement. Previously, they've either made it or been close enough that they've always gotten the amount that they were entitled to, but the proposed legislation would penalize them and they would not receive as much funds to provide folks with daycare. So I would like to propose that as something for you to consider in the
Just a
future.
quick question, Donna, to restate what you just stated from the 6 to the 8. It's not currently in effect.
Correct. Currently, they have a 6% requirement
Right.
of a certain part of their budget.
Understand that part?
Yeah.
So that-
The state legislature is suggesting that it go to an 8%.
But they haven't passed it in the legislature yet.
Correct, but it will be coming up again.
But if they did, it wouldn't be effective until at least next year sometime.
It would be effective July 1
Ne-
next year.
Next year.
Right, which would be in the middle of our budget year.
Well, I would think that they would be wise enough, maybe I'm giving them more credit, that projects that were in effect would not be penalized. In fact,
Currently, the way the legislation was written last year, the proposed legislation, they would be impacted. So if they did not meet that 8% threshold during the next fiscal year, which for them is July 1 through June 30th, then they would be penalized in the future year.
okay, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is crucial because it seems like a 2% increase. It's a 25% increase. Actually, no. It's what, 33% increase
Well,
in the match.
their direct services requiring a match is $7.1 million. So they currently, this year, have a match need of 427. Next year, it would go to 570 if that went to the 8%.
If it goes to the 8%. But when you hear Early Learning Coalition, you have to understand that that's voluntary pre-K. It's the federal wraparound services for the working poor, for the before and after school services. So this impacts a whole lot of our families that need these services the most. So this is something we really need to get in front of. Absolutely agree, because it will be our citizens that need it the most that we need to keep in the workforce, that are really trying to do their best with VPK and after-school care and all those other services that the Early Learning Coalition oversees. So we absolutely need to be, if we could, Mr. Rechtenwald, make that a priority, because this will come back to us and our other agencies in Volusia County, and I'm not willing to let our representatives say they cut taxes and again passed it on to the cities and the county. So with that, I'm going to make a motion, Mr. Chair, to approve the 2018-19 Children and Families Advisory Board funding recommendations.
Second.
Is, Mr. Patterson, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I think everybody knows that Ms. Denny's was the former chair of that organization, and as a current county representative on the, I want to say ditto to everything she said. It's too important to our families out there to have to, and trying to raise all that extra money. So, and they do a wonderful job. They really do.
And just so you know beforehand, DJ Lebo, the executive director, and I are going to sit down and write our position statement together so that
Okay.
we're sure that the things that she sees are important are addressed, so that you all
And-
can go up
and
and lobby to that.
We're ready, we've got that. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you, Donna. Item 3, the agreement with, I guess, well,
Yep, this is going to be Mike Ulrich, our Director of Utilities and Resources.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
and I see you have a pink shirt on today, as do I.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
People are aware that this October is Cancer Awareness Month, right?
Very good. And we didn't even call each other either today, so that's good. Good morning again, honorable council members. Mike Ulrich, Director of Water Resources. You may recall during a water quality meeting, probably or a presentation about a year ago or so, where I had quoted an old adage, whiskey's for drinking, but water's worth fighting over. And whether it was Mark Twain or not who actually said it, it goes back as far as the late 1800s, when growing communities truly understood the value of their water in terms of quality of life as well as economic prosperity. And the reason why I mention that today is because this interlocal agreement with Orange City actually has a little unique history to it as well, as it terminates some previous agreements dating back to 1989, which actually came as an effort to resolve a lawsuit between Volusia County and Orange City. I'm proud to say we've come a long way since that period of time. And especially I'd like to thank my utilities team, as well as Russ Brown and Jamie Seaman in legal, John Angiulia, Public Works Director, and County Manager George Rechtenwald. But also we have representatives from Orange City today here as well, City Manager Dale Arrington, Public Works Director Migdalia Hernandez, and Development Services Director Becky Mendez. So briefly, I'll summarize the key elements of this new interlocal agreement, and I'll explain that map in a minute. Essentially what we're doing is we're aligning the city's water, wastewater, and reclaim service utility boundary areas. It calls for the transfer of certain county wastewater infrastructure that's actually located within the city, where the city is actually already the water provider. The city will also assume responsibility for maintenance of certain wastewater infrastructure, lift stations, and some of the collection systems. It enables the city also to provide retail water, wastewater, and reclaim service to a development known as Park Hill, which the city has a line directly adjacent to that development, and the county's line is a little bit further away. In addition to that, it recognizes previously purchased wastewater treatment capacity by the city, and it establishes terms for rate structures for the county as the wholesale provider. We provide wastewater treatment as well as reclaimed service to the city. So this is truly a partnership. As the city grows, we grow with the city as well. So if I may, I'll take a moment to just kind of highlight what this is doing. This is my first time doing this, so we'll see how well this works. This area here is essentially the, oops, let's clear that. Missed by just a little bit. Okay. This is the new area in the service area boundaries. The outside area is all of the city's new service area. The majority of it remains unchanged. The colored areas, of course, are municipal boundaries, but the utility service area extends beyond that, which is very typical of most cities as it is. But what we've done in this area is that area that I've just identified there, which is already within the city's limits, is the Park Hill development, and the city has existing water line that's running right down Veterans Memorial to serve that. And again, we remain the wastewater and reclaimed water service provider. In addition to that, the wastewater infrastructure that I had told you, the existing infrastructure that exists, and fortunately I'm not the legal person here, so I'm just going to kind of draw this out a little bit. And don't hold me to this exactly. That's why we have a 2-page legal agreement in the whole thing. But this is essentially a lot of the existing area of where we currently go into city and maintain wastewater services while the city, maintains the water service. So there's a certain degree of redundancy that's not necessary to handle. So the city, in picking up this additional area to serve Park Hill, they'll also be picking up some of this additional area as far as the wastewater service. So these are already existing customers of the city, but they're now going to get the maintenance for it as well. Again, I think that probably there's been a lot of driving factors behind why we're doing this at this point in time, and that's essentially, as far as utilities go, across not only our county but throughout the entire state. The need for regionalization and economies of scale, and taking the logos off of things once in a while just to make sense of how's the best way to provide service to the public. Continued growth throughout the entire state of Florida, as well as our own area, growth and expansion, as well as a variety of regulatory factors that are impacting all of us. Public drinking water from the Department of Health, consumptive use permits from the St. Johns River Water Management District, DEP's regulations for minimum flows, as well as pollutants in our waterways. And so really working together is far better than trying for each of our utilities to try to work separately. And I think that that's really what the common message is among all of us. Lastly, I'd like to just point out that the Orange City Council, again, very supportive of this. They unanimously approved this agreement at their meeting on September 25th. Your county staff respectfully recommends approval of this interlocal agreement as well.
Any questions? Is there a motion to the item?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Patterson.
I move approval of the agreement with City of Orange City for realignment of utility service area boundaries.
Seconded by Ms. Cusack. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move to item 4.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item 4, we had a request from the Disabled American Veterans, Chapter 84, to provide funds to replace some of their vans. Some of them have over 200,000 miles on them. The chapter had requested a contribution of $8,700 to help offset the cost of the new van. I'd like to recognize former Chair Frank Bruno. I think he wants to come up and speak on the issue.
The chair.
The chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members, George. I just want to take a moment and say, first of all, I'm glad you're feeling well, and it's great to see you here this morning. I do have a few folks from the DAV here that I'd like to recognize. Paul Martin, Stan, he's the commander, current. And then we have Harold Holloway, former commander. And then I have Don Moore, who's the chaplain and adjutant. And I'll probably leave off a lot of other recognitions, but I just wanted them to be here so that you can meet them, and I can't thank you enough. We figured out a percentage of the disabled American veterans that live in unincorporated Volusia County, and we based our request on those folks. As to the number of cities, we've asked all the cities to participate in the same way. And tomorrow, Ormond Beach, I understand, is going to have it on their agenda for, I think it's around $4,000, which represents their veterans there. DeBerry sent in $1,000. They were the first one to send in $1,000. We also had Oak Hill and Edgewater send in $1,000, and we're working with all the other cities. We would like to have a logo from each of the county and the cities when we dedicate the van. And it's a fabulous van. It's a higher, taller van, bigger seats and everything, because we're having to get a lot of veterans that have had back surgeries and so on and so forth into these vans. So it's a big improvement from 2008 when we had the vans back then. But let me just ask the commander to mention something. I don't want to take up all the time over here.
Chairman.
Thank you.
and Council members.
Just state your name.
Okay,
so for the-
Paul Martin,
Thank you.
attorney at law. The Disabled American Veterans, DAV for short, is the only veteran service organization that offers free transportation to our veterans, which is one of the reasons we are requesting this expenditure from the county. Currently, Volusia County has over 50,000 veterans. And currently, we have more need for transportation than we've been able to provide. Part of the issue is a lot of our older veterans are overweight, and bench seats have made it difficult to get more people in. This new vehicle has individual seats for each person, making it easier for more people to transport. The transportation goes regularly to Orlando, also to Melbourne, Oviedo, and occasionally, but rarely, Gainesville. Lake Nona, which I consider Orlando. So I appreciate your consideration for the request. There's definitely a need, and the need will not go away, especially with all of the new housing going in our county, because a lot of veterans are attracted to Florida because of our wonderful lack of state income tax. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Harold Holloway. I'm an Ormond Beach resident, and also I'm 100% disabled. Currently, my wife takes me around, but the vans are an improvement, and we need those vans. I was the commander of Chapter 84 for 4 years, and unfortunately, the prices of vans and transportation has gone through the roof. The last vans we got were $15,000. These are $53,000. But we've been able to work with a local dealership, Gary Yeoman, over in Daytona, and he's given us a lot of perks and discounts. So whatever you can contribute would be greatly appreciated. And as a Vietnam veteran, I salute you all, and I thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again on behalf of the DAV. Appreciate it.
And Frank, thank you for taking on this responsibility. Frank approached me last year or sometime in the past and said, we have this coming up. How would you like to be in charge of it? And I said, Frank, you are so experienced at this. I think that we would be much better served having someone that has experienced it, because you're the one who brought the program forward in 2008. Only appropriate that you would continue it. Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, on that, I'm going to make a motion to approve the donation to the Disabled American Veterans Chapter 84 for the purchase of a new van in the amount of $8,700. And I do want to say thank you, Frank. Thank you, gentlemen. I was doing well until you saluted us, and then I thought I was going to lose it. But thank you, and this is just a small token of our appreciation for all you've done.
I'll
Thank
second
you.
that.
Mr. Patterson? Oh, seconded by Ms. Post.
Yeah, I'm one of the 50,000 veterans here in Volusia County, and although I'm only a 10% disabled, which, you know, gets me a hearing aid. That's about it. But sir?
Come over and see us. We might be able to get that increase for you.
He couldn't hear you.
I will say that I'll be happy to stay where I am. But it is, we have a lot of veterans organizations doing great things for veterans, and this is one of them. And my fly fishing club, we have a bunch of guys who go over to the nursing home and work with the veterans over there. So So we do more than just fly fish. Actually, we take them out fly fishing. It's great therapy for them. But everything. But I'm glad, very pleased with everything that y'all do. Thank you.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to you, Frank Bruno, for all you have done in this effort. And to our veterans, I say to you, this is money well spent. You are, because of you, we are. And so we say to you, thank you so much for your service. And this is just such a small thing that we're doing to say we want to make your days as comfortable as possible in every way possible for your services. We salute you for all you have done and continue to do for us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And just to give you a little update, this is the good part. With the money that you're giving us, we've been able to acquire the first van from Gary Yeomans. He reduced the price by almost $10,000. Also, he's paying for the wrap of the van. That's another $3,000. So we're headed in the right direction for the second van. And we will announce when we're going to have that. And it's great that I'm here this morning because you're recognizing Nancy Maddox. And I wanted to make sure I was here for her, too. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and thanks again to all of you. And when you stop and think that 10% approximately of the population of Volusia County is made up of veterans, that's a pretty powerful number. Thank you. And since you gave me the intro, Frank, to item 5, I will follow your lead on that. And Tim Bailey, I believe, is coming forward.
Morning, Mr. Chair, honorable county council members. I'm Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, Culture Director. I'm here today to introduce to you Nancy Maddox, who has received this year's Tippin Davidson Award from the Volusia County Cultural Alliance. Nancy, can you join me? Thank you. Thank you. Nancy, as you may recall, is a former employee in my division. She currently heads the Leisure Services Department for the City of New Smyrna Beach. And then, Mr. Chair, if you would read the proclamation.
My pleasure. And Nancy, it's good to see you again and congratulate you on receiving this prestigious award. Whereas New Smyrna Beach resident Nancy H. Maddox is a long-time, highly respected proponent of the arts and culture in Volusia County, whereas she has supported the arts and cultural community through years of public service and philanthropy and as a volunteer for many local organizations. She has been a tireless advocate for the arts, historic preservation, cultural tourism, and assisted in creating many partnerships between local and state government agencies with nonprofit organizations. She has been the Leisure Services Director for the City of New Smyrna Beach since 2015 and previously worked for Volusia County's Parks, Recreation, and Culture Division for 15 years, overseeing the Volusia County Cultural Council, Art in Public Places, Historic Preservation Board, the county's recreation programs, DeBerry Hall Historic Site, Lyona Environmental Center, and the ECHO Advisory Committee. Whereas her personal commitment as an advocate and connector has enhanced the lives of Volusia County and Florida residents in the realms of environmental, cultural, historical, and outdoor recreational facilities and opportunities. Whereas Ms. Maddox has served in a volunteer leadership roles for Images, a Festival of the Arts, the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation, the Florida Historical Commission, the Volusia Flagler United Way Women's Initiative, WORC, Take Stock in Children, and the Florida Hospital New Smyrna Beach Foundation. Whereas the Volusia County Council congratulates Ms. Maddox as she accepts the Tippin Davidson Award from Volusia County Cultural Alliance. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim October 2nd as Nancy Maddox Day in Volusia County and urge all residents to thank her for elevating the arts in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Council. Thank you so much for this honor. To the Cultural Alliance, when Monty Musgrave, the past chair, called me and told me about this, I was like in shock because, you know, Frank's a recipient and the CC and Hyatt Brown are recipients, the Burts are recipients. Never did I dream of being honored like this. So it's amazing. And I thank all the VCCA members that are out here today, and I know they're out here. I have to thank Frank Bruno and Pat Northey. They're always my supporters, my biggest supporters. And Deb Denny's when she came on board with us. And then, of course, Joyce Cusack and Pat Patterson. I started working with them in the Florida legislature, always welcoming us, always supporting us, and to continue to do that today. Jamie Seaman, I don't see her. She hired me. So I thank her for the opportunity. And George Rechtenwald and Betty Holness, there she is. They were my advisors, my mentors. They listened to me and they'd say, Nancy, just keep doing what you're doing. And I have to thank my staff from the county. Mike Fincher, who's no longer here with the county, but still my partner in crime. Jill Markham, Julie Schofield, Tom Baskett, Sharon Mooney, who retired after 43 years, Casey Looper, and Sandy Falcon. Also have to thank the city of New Smyrna Beach, and most especially my boss, Pam Brancasio, who's here today and is an amazing visionary, and I'm thankful for her. I have to thank my BFFs, Kelly Ferguson, birthday girl Janine Jennings, Bobby King, Pam Wilski, Laura Bounds, Donna DeMarsh. We had a lot of years and fun together here at the county, except for Kelly. And Edith Shelley. I left out Edith Shelley. Also have to thank the Cultural Council. Another reason why this award is so special is I had the opportunity to have Tippin Davidson as my chair, and that was amazing. And last but not least, I have to thank Mom and Bobby, who are here with me. Stand up, please. So Mom taught me the importance of the arts, and she made sure that I knew all about it and how important it is. And my husband of 31 plus years, who's also loyal to this county, he's got 35 years with the county, has been my rock. And in closing, I just want to say thank you again for this opportunity, and thank you for adopting your budget and continuing to support the arts. I know you did. It's at about $1.18 per capita. Maybe next year you can raise it to $1.25. Got to make my little pitch here. To increase the arts in our county, the community benefits, the economics are there, and so I thank you again for this very special recognition. It's because of the opportunities you gave me and the people I worked with that enabled me to accomplish all the wonderful things that we have. So thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Nancy. Would any of the other council members like to add some comments? Ms. Denny's.
Hey, Nancy.
Hi, Ms. Denny's.
I remember when you left us. You left us. You left us.
I'm still here.
But you went, I know, but you went home.
Yes.
You went home to your home in New Smyrna Beach, to our home in New Smyrna Beach. And when I got the call, when you told me what was going on, I thought, well, at least I've got your personal cell and you're still on speed dial. and we can still make the great connections that we do. And kudos to the city of New Smyrna Beach for recruiting the best. You know, a leader, this is why you're recognized, because listening to you and all those that are here to support you, leaders draw a big circle and they pull others in. They don't keep them out. And that's your strength, Nancy, working through issues. We've worked through some some issues. Nobody knows how many coffees or glasses of wine have been held at various places on dark and stormy nights. When we've worked through issues that were important to the city, to the county, to our constituents, how do we get there? What are the stumbling blocks? How do we fix it? How do we build a bridge over it? And who can we pull in to do what we need to do? And I just want to thank you for that, because that's your strength, and that's why you're being recognized today as the leader that you are, because you love our community. 4 years you've loved our community. So, Pam, you took her, but I'm glad that we've got her, if you will. We have her. So, great honor. Look forward to recognizing you in just a few more minutes. Thanks, Nancy.
Mr. Patterson.
I know from the many years that you were with the county and then you left us traitor. But it was always a pleasure working with you. And then coming to Tallahassee, it was always the fear of your wrath if we didn't get what you wanted. So, but I've enjoyed working with you all those years, and I enjoy when I come over to New Smyrna Beach and seeing you, the job that you're doing over there. Thank you. Thank you for what you did for us, and thank you for what you're doing for them in New Smyrna Beach. Thank you.
Mr. Eckert. That doesn't look like Mr. Eckert. That looks like
Actually, it's Miss
Jamie.
Seaman, and I'd like Nancy to call me out for having hired her. But the county manager had just reorganized the county. I was one of the department heads at the time, and we had culture moved into our group, and we needed somebody to take charge and to get the cultural program up and functioning in a positive way. And Nancy interviewed, and I was so impressed with her enthusiasm that I hired this woman who had a background in criminal justice. This was not even her background, but she was so passionate, and I just thought this woman with this passion could get our cultural program up and running, and we were blessed with her for a number of years.
Thank you. Nancy, now if you would come forward so we can present you this proclamation and take a couple of photos. How about that? At this time, we're going to recess for about 15 minutes, so we'll see you back here at 10:56. We will reconvene the council meeting in 2 minutes. We will reconvene the council meeting in 2 minutes. One minute warning. We're starting 1 minute. Mr. Patterson, Ms. Cusack. Mr. Patterson, Ms. Cusack. Frank's taking it hard too. He said, even though I ran against her laws, he said, I still have a lot of respect for her. I think that'd be worse, wouldn't it? Okay. Okay. Okay, it is 10:59. We will go ahead and reconvene the county council meeting from our recess, and we will move to item 6, and we'll open the public hearing, and we'll get the staff report from Mr. Casbier.
Good morning. Tad Casbier, Volusia County Engineer. The 10th Street project from Myrtle Avenue on the west to US 1 on the east side has been ongoing for quite some time. As a part of that project, we purchased a parcel in the southwest corner of US 1 and 10th Street for stormwater and floodplain compensation. We have recently, in the last year, been approached by a group that has a contract for 6 acres of property on the south side of 10th Street, just to the east side of the FEC Railroad. And we're bringing up the exhibit here in a minute, 06-41. Very end, or dang close to it. What they'd like to do is they'd like to just exchange property. So as a part of this agreement, what they would do is we would get 6 acres of the property after they close on it, and we would give them our 2.5 acres. As a part of this, they would also give us all of their due diligence materials, which include the Alta survey. There you go. Keep going, right there. All right. Their due diligence materials, which include the Alta survey, a biological assessment, a phase 1 contamination assessment, and a geotechnical evaluation. They'd also pay to modify our plans to make use of a stormwater pond on this particular site, as well as modify the water management district permits that we need for the project. In return, we would give them the 2.5 acres that we have in the southwest corner. The exhibit you have in front of you, page 06-41 in the staff report. The yellow is the property that the county would be acquiring as part of this, and the red is the property we would be giving up. The benefit to the county, aside from switching properties, is that we are looking for stormwater purposes to be able to treat the Gabarty Canal, which isn't very visible on this, but occurs at the north side of the exhibit, just on the south side of 10th Street. We're looking for a stormwater pond to do treatment for that canal before it discharges. We potentially were going to do something at another location, but it would be farther upstream and would not provide the stormwater cleaning that we'd like to have. This provides a much better location for us to do that, and actually gives quite a bit of room to do so. we'd be able to make the modifications as a part of our project and get it done. So we're asking that you approve this agreement so that we can make this switch.
Okay, this is public participation. I have no one who wishes to speak on this item for the public. We'll close the public participation. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a true win-win and collaborative agreement here between the city of Edgewater, this applicant, this landowner, and the county, because what this is going to do, Edgewater has wanted this piece for a gateway. So they're going to get some commercial revenue. We're going to basically double our stormwater area there, and this should help us keep 10th Street or expedite it, right? Get this going.
We still have to deal with FEC, so nothing is expedited from dealing with them, but
the FEC is a three-letter word anymore, but Mr. Rechtenwald, are you?
I was just going to add that, of course, the added benefit too is part of our quality assurance plan in that area and the whole water quality plan that we've committed to. This is another example where we saw an opportunity to help clean the river. And the Gabordi Canal, like Tad said, I mean, this is as close as you can get to the river just about, and then have that ability to clean it. It's a very important project for that as well. So it's a great situation where staff recognized each other's projects and the value of what was going on, and they went to Tad and I think Jerry at the time when he was here and said, hey, here's a big opportunity to do something good. And then, of course, you were instrumental in the fact that they had reached out, the private concern, wondering if we would be interested in anything. And, of course, the light bulbs and bells went off with the staff that, wow, this was a great opportunity. So thank you.
No, it really is one of those textbook cases of collaboration, and staff, you just did a great job in walking through all this and all the negotiating. So thank you for that. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the agreement for exchange of real property with BG Edgewater LLC.
Second, Wheeler, motion made by Denny, second Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move to item number 6A, I believe, and I'm going to need a motion to continue this item to October 30th at 10:30 a.m.
Mr. Chair, I move to move this item to October 30th at, did you say 10 a.m.?
10:30.
10:30 a.m.
I second that.
Seconded by Post. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 7. I need a motion for the same exact thing to be continued to October 30th at 10:30.
Mr. Chair, move item 7 to be continued to October 30, 2018, 10:30 a.m.
Second.
Motion made by Denny, second by Patterson. Any objection to this motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And we'll go on to item 8, and we need exactly the same thing.
Mr. Chair, I move to move item 8 to October 16th at 10:30 a.m.
Yep, sorry. Second. Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Lowry. Any objection to this motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we'll move to item 9. And I have someone who wants to speak, although we're moving this to the 30th. Does the person who wishes to speak on this not understand that, maybe? So, since it's not coming before us, other than to move it forward, we're not going to bring it to the floor for discussion. The motion is going to, I need a motion to move this to continue to October 30th at 10:30.
Mr. Chair, move item 9 to be continued to October 30th, 2018 at 10:30 a.m.
Motion made by Denny, second by Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And we will move now to item number 10. Mr. Urban.
Good morning. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Today we have an appeal by a property owner who came forward to the Development Review Committee requesting assistance with regards to getting access to her property that is located near Orange City on the off of Indiana Avenue. The location map shown in front of you is from your agenda packet. Let me find the correct page number so we can reference that for the record. That's on page 10-5 of your agenda packet. This gives you an idea of the location of the 10-acre parcel. This gives you a little bit closer location. And again, what you're seeing is there's Indiana Avenue, New York Avenue, Durfee, and Illinois. This is a 10-acre tract, and as you can see by the blue located on it, that there are some wetlands and areas that are subject to being submerged during times of rain. Ms. Finney, who is the property owner, and her husband came in and requested the ability to get a building permit on this property. At the heart of it is that when the county amended its subdivision regulations, they went through and reviewed all of the roads that were out there and determined if they were passable, usable, and if there had been substantial development on the property surrounding it. What occurred through a series of history of memorandum that you can see, the first is on page 10-10 of your agenda packet. This is a 1983 memorandum pertaining to Illinois, Loomis, and Indiana Avenue. And again, what they're referencing that that the right-of-way was there. There was concern that it may have been confused for the power line easement over there. But basically what they were saying, it was open and passable, but it was not necessarily developed. So that you did not necessarily see the amount of development which was required to make sure that it was a vested, exempted development. And this is at the very heart of it. We have subdivision plats throughout the Volusia County where we have dozens of platted public rights-of-ways. When we put in place our subdivision regulations in 1976, there was a concern about the fact that some of these should be vested. And how did you determine if they were vested or not? So what happened was staff went out, looked at all the roads that had been dedicated through these various plats and subdivisions, drove them, determined if they were open and passable, and if they had been substantially developed, which meant at least 25% of the property utilizing the right-of-way was under some form of development. That gave us a list of all these subdivisions that would be exempt from our new regulations, so therefore you could develop them as they were approved. Anything subsequent to that, or wasn't considered exempt, had to comply with our new regulations. And that is at the heart of why we're here. As you can see on the overhead, the subject property, which is identified as the Finney parcel, has property all around it that has been developed, but as based on either being exempt because they were open and passable and developed. And as you can see by the coloration, you see the red being county maintained roads. You see the yellow and green being county maintenance or county emergency maintenance. The section of Indiana Avenue and New York Avenue, which were the two roads that Ms. Finney would like to utilize so that she can get access to her 10-acre parcel that she would like to divide out for development for a single-family home, rely on those roads. Our development review engineer rightfully denied the request because they do not have paved access that meets our current standards. This is what you're currently seeing right now, and that is also in your agenda packet. And that is on page 10-19. When Ms. Finney came back around, the Development Review Committee agreed with the Development Review Engineer and said we cannot allow for development to occur here, but we don't necessarily need to have a 60 to 70 foot right-of-way, paved, stormwater, and everything else. Can we do something that's going to meet a common sense approach so that that way they can have reasonable use of their property, still have access, and we would be consistent with our current standards as we're implementing them? Because remember, we don't want to get into a situation we're allowing dirt roads throughout the county where people are relying on us at that subsequent to that to come in and try and clean things up. The whole point was to make sure that if we have roadways that are being utilized in the public right-of-way, that they were to our standard and we're not creating a safety issue. So engineering identified an option of a 15-foot road with a 2-foot clearance on either side and subbase. Our fire safety folks requested 20 feet. DRC, upon hearing from both engineering and the fire safety folks, said, okay, Ms. Finney, go on Indiana Avenue, go 465 feet south, come in, put in your access to your property that way, and also include a T formation so that folks with large vehicles can back out if need be, because this would be subject to garbage collection, it would be subject to emergency vehicles. We wanted to make sure that was all being done. Ms. Finney has tried to work with that. She sent in a letter indicating that we feel that they believe it's overkill, and that, you know, there's some unique circumstances out here that make things a little bit different, and as such, she would like to have some flexibility with what she could do in regards to the road. So she has requested a 10 to 15 foot basically driveway feeding into her property. From a staff perspective, we cannot technically approve something like that. We understand where she's coming from, and it's my understanding we can work with her within the 10 to 15 feet. So we may be able to accommodate what she is doing. We just want to make sure that any kind of future purchasers of the property are aware that this 465 feet is solely the maintenance responsibility of that private property owner, and that the county has no obligation whatsoever to do any kind of maintenance or upkeep out there other than the current emergency management that we are doing for the other portion of Indiana Avenue. And that way, if there is some sort of disclosure or something along the lines on the deed, that way if subsequent purchasers bought the property, they would be aware of what's going on. So if the council wants to follow and grant Ms. Finney her appeal to the conditions we put up for the approval of her project, we would recommend that you try and work within that 10 to 15 foot limitation and still require the turnaround and have some sort of basically advisory note on the title of the deed, so that that way in the future anyone who would be buying this property would be aware of those requirements. I know Ms. Finney's here. I believe she has someone who's also going to be speaking for her. If there's any questions for staff, we're available.
Okay, just have one. How did you arrive at the 10, or is it 10 or 15 feet? I guess there's some, could it not be either or could it not?
On page 10-18 is her request, and I'm going to read from her letter. The stabilized lane driveway shall be 10 to 15 feet with a 4 to 6 inch base material of shale, clay, crushed concrete, or recycled asphalt to be cleared and grubbed 2 feet on either side of the lane driveway. And this is a note. She's saying, please note this is an upgrade to the rest of Indiana Avenue, and no turnaround be required as this is a driveway. We're saying that 15 feet would be the preferred, obviously. From our perspective, the greater the width, it gives us ability to have two-way travel on there. It gives us such a clearance that if an emergency vehicle does need to get down there, it should have a free and clear space so it can pass through. And that would be our preference, obviously. I mean, staff has to stick by the technical standards, and that's why this appeal is in front of you. And so from our perspective, of course, we'd want to see 20 feet with a 2-foot clearance and everything else per that perspective. Because, again, we acknowledge there are no further development further south of this project. No one's relying on this right-of-way for access to their property, so we can see where Ms. Finney is bringing up her point. But we have to follow the code. And so if the council feels that there's appropriate situation here that will allow for a limitation on that, we believe the 15 feet would be something we can work with.
Okay. Mr. Patterson?
I'd like to hear from the applicant.
Okay. George?
I was just going to suggest also that our county engineer, Tad Casbeer, has reviewed this and I think could make a recommendation as well.
Okay, Billy? Ms. Wheeler?
I was just wanting to make a statement. If it's looking at the 10 to 15 width, The 15 feet wide isn't that what actually that we have for that property on Harvey, that we left 15 feet for emergency vehicles?
Yes, I think that's what Tad would like to address.
Yeah.
Good morning, Tad Casey, County Engineer.
Yeah.
Yes, the 15-foot is our preference. That's pretty standard for a one-way drive aisle, allows for an emergency vehicle to move down it without any issues. And particularly with a parcel like this or a road like this, you're always concerned about trees growing into that section, not the lower portions of it, but the branches and that type of thing. So we'd like that to be included. Real quick, to add on the hammerhead portion of it, or the turnaround portion of it, she's asked that not be included. We feel strongly that needs to be in there. That allows, as Clay said, the emergency vehicles a space to turn around, which is a big part of the fire code, and we certainly agree with the fire department's interpretation of that. It also allows for garbage trucks or any other bigger trucks that may come down there if they have moving company bring equipment in, or particularly when they're building their home. That always makes good sense to have that space there. So, yeah, 15 feet is our expectation. That we're comfortable with that, and that's our recommendation.
And my second question, Mr. Chair, was, can you point out exactly where the turnaround would be?
It would just be an extension of Indiana to the south of their driveway. So what's shown here goes all the way down to New York Avenue. I'm assuming that their driveway, which I don't know that it's been spelled out yet, but in an effort to keep costs down, would be as far north as possible. So somewhere in that area. The turnaround would be an extension of 50 feet south of that. So it wouldn't come all the way down to here, per se. It would be somewhere right around in there.
So they couldn't use the driveway as a back end to turn around?
No, they would pull into the driveway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And then back to the south to go back north.
That's, yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ford.
Good morning. Alex Ford, 145 East Rich Avenue, representing Mr. and Ms. Finney. Let me just address that turnaround first. We've talked about that. We're good with that. The turnaround, I think it's an appropriate request. The original thought was this is basically just a driveway, and you could do the turnaround in the property, but I think staff correctly pointed out that this the road may be open before the house is open and so or built. So I think we're in agreement with the turnaround. First of all, the first thing I was supposed to tell you all, some of you may know Ms. Finney. She's a county employee, and she wanted to make sure everybody knew that she took a vacation day. She's not here on county time. She's here on her own time. And I don't know why I wouldn't want to spend my vacation time this way. But the second thing, that she, scrupulously honest lady, she wanted to make sure that I clarified something. When this process first started, the intention was to sever off this 10 acres out of a 40-acre homestead property for her son and his wife. Since the process has gone forward, her son's actually already bought another place, okay? She wanted to make sure that, in case you all check the deed records or something like that, you would see that that's happened. The intent is still eventually for him, for he and his wife to move on to this property, but she didn't want anybody to think there was a misrepresentation there. I've got actually a fairly in-depth discussion here, but frankly, I agree with most everything that staff said. The points I would make, I think, are surplusage. As far as if y'all are in agreement with the 10 to 15 feet, the reason 10 feet, I think Ms. Wheeler asked that question, that's the minimum width for a driveway, and in essence, this is just a driveway. If you go to the aerial, which is I think on 10.7 of your staff, you can see that everything else that would use this road has already developed and has other access. And so the approach basically is this is going to be a driveway. So 10 feet in some portions of that we think would be wide enough. Other portions 15. Like as you're going around trees and that type of thing, they might need more for clearance. If we could work with the county engineer on that, that's why we say 10 to 15. If you want to say 15, that will also work, but we would prefer to have that flexibility. 2 feet on either side clearing in agreement with, The base, again, I think the county maybe didn't want to use the clay shell base that the Phoenix proposed. Again, under the mantra that this is really a driveway and it would be acceptable for a driveway, we would prefer to have that clay shell base as well. So, and as far as putting the public on notice, we could work with the county legal staff to develop some sort of recording that would recognize that the county's not responsible for maintenance, the county's not responsible for stormwater. This is basically just to get access to this one property, and we recognize that y'all are not the ones who should be responsible for maintaining and that type of thing. I think I'm hoping I can cut it off of that.
Well, if there's anything else, Mr. Ford, we'll give you the time to answer that. Mr. Patterson?
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the appeal of the Development Review Committee's conditions required for the issuance of a use permit. Am I denying the appeal or approving the appeal? And subject to the conditions 1 and 2. I need to be specific on the conditions.
Yes, you do. 15-foot driveway.
Well, the stabilized driveway shall be 10 to 15 feet wide, with 4 to 6 feet of base material of shell, clay, crushed concrete, or recycled asphalt. Be cleared and grubbed 2 feet on each side of the lane or driveway. And number 2, no turnaround will be.
They've agreed to the turnaround.
Okay, scratch.
With a
number 2.
turnaround.
This is item number 1, condition 1. Is that?
Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Ms. Cusack. Mr. Rectenwald.
If the chair and the council pleases, I would like it to be that if you're going to have that 10 to 15, I would like that to be at the discretion or the approval of the county engineer. That he or his representative would decide if any narrowing was necessary. I mean, I'd like to start at 15, and then if there was a condition or something that he felt warranted it, because it's not a small thing for when the garbage truck and also when the fire department and I know I think we all that live in rural areas, keeping trees and branches back and everything it's a big task. So we just want to, if we go with 15, and then if there isn't a tree or something that he feels necessary or something, but I would like it to be his call, not the landowners.
Okay.
I don't have a second yet on my motion, so I don't need to.
You do have a second.
Oh, I do have a second? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Ms. Cusack. Well, we have a motion and a second. I wouldn't support it without the 15 feet. I don't want to put the county in a liability situation where a vehicle needs to get down there and cannot because of wet conditions, bad conditions for an emergency or whatever it may be. I think 15 feet is the minimum that we should have to have a vehicle to get down there. If you had let's say, a fire service down there, I know that they can probably drive on 10 feet. They drive on 8 on the highway, but with the other conditions that could be there, I mean, I just personally feel better from the county's perspective. I may be only one person speaking, so that's why I questioned the 10 or the 15 feet. And staff has recommended that we do 15 unless the county engineer can see that it's necessary to do the 10 in places than the 15. Would that be?
Mr. Chair, I thought that was to work between from 15 back to 10.
Well, the motion was 10 to 15 feet,
10 to
without that
15 feet,
stipulation.
yeah. But I will amend it that working with the county engineer. Approval.
Is that, you would second the amendment?
Depending on the conditions, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Motion.
I would second that.
Motion's been made to amend the item on the floor that it be 15 feet working with the county engineer if the need be for 10 feet. Any discussion on that amendment? Any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment to the motion passes. Any further discussion on the amended item?
Roll it.
Any objection to the motion as amended? Yeah. But I also see Ms. Cusack, which,
Okay. Is she-
so. Yeah, I know. Okay, sorry. Ms. Wheeler.
I did want to make sure that we were including that there would be an affidavit acknowledging that the applicant would maintain this. Is that included in that? Okay, I just wanted to verify that. Thank you.
Okay.
Let the
And-
record show that the applicant's attorney and the applicant were nodding their heads.
With all due respect, nodding heads today,
Doesn't
unless
get-
it's in the contract, means
Does that mean-
nothing. 5 years from now, when the hurricane comes and the rains come, they wash that road out. I want it in the contract, and it's gotta be in print, because when we can't get emergency vehicles down there and fight, because we've got about, you should see the list of roads that I have right now where good people did this in a public meeting, and now we have to go back and maintain those roads. So it has got to be clear, and it's got to be in that contract, because, yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
Shaking heads,
That will be
don't
part
cut.
of the use permit, will be a requirement that they record a document stating that they are responsible, the property owner shall be responsible in perpetuity for the maintenance of that road.
I like that perpetuity word.
I think Mr. Ford is shaking his head in agreement. I think he's also agrees to come down with a shovel every now and then to help.
Okay. Jamie, are we all clear? You're all clear? Hearing no objections to the motion passes. Amended motion passes unanimous. Thank you, and we'll move to item 11.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is kind of a unique situation, so I'm going to have to go through a little bit of a history here. The subject property is located in the Osteen area. It's on the east side of State Road 415. It is part of an exempt subdivision known as Talico Trails or Talico Farms. The current property owner is Mr. Ford. He came forward trying to split Lot 28 into 2 parcels. And in doing so, staff went through and investigated the background on why this property is lot subdivided and how it came through. And in doing so, we discovered Resolution 2004-163, which was the resolution that vacated the Howland Curry allotment subdivision plat back in 2004. This is a copy of the second page of the resolution. And the critical portion that we're talking about is right here, where it says the vacation of the right-of-way will allow for an exempt subdivision limited to 28 lots. So when you go to the actual Talico Trails subdivision, which is on page 11-29, you can see how they took the 196 acres and created a variety of different lots throughout this area. The subject property we were talking about is lot 28. Because of the restriction, we cannot allow for Mr. Ford to subdivide the property in half. He's looking to subdivide the property in half because there's environmental restrictions due to the wetlands that are located on the site that would limit the ability to develop it. The aerial there from page 11.6, you can see in this general area right in here, there's a wetland slough that kind of feeds through in there, and that basically limits the 2 parcels such that access down here to the south area is not available and only really access up to the north area. He wishes to come back and subdivide the property so that that way he can come in and create access on the 415 and create basically 2 lots there and make it such that it's usable. The DRC, when we were informed that the resolution was in place, looked at Mr. Ford and said, we appreciate your efforts, but unfortunately we can't approve it because that was a decision made by the county council. Only the county council can go back and override a decision that was made back in 2004 and basically encapsulate it into a resolution. So what Mr. Ford is requesting today is that this council direct staff to come back at a later date with a revised resolution that would allow for the 28 lot limitation to be to 29 lots. From that perspective, one of the things that we from a staff perspective have concern about is notification. When you go through the vacation that went through in 2004, we send out notices to property owners and everyone who would be impacted by that. If the county council feels that it's appropriate and they direct staff to do so, we would make sure that we contact everyone who was associated with the original request as well as any subsequent landowners. And if we could go back to the location map, I think it's on page 11.4. Yeah, 11.4. So what we would be looking at is within that area, we would make sure that with adjacent property owners, impacted property owners within Talaco Trails, as well as everyone in that, I wouldn't say that immediate area, but adjacent properties, make sure that they're notified so that that way they're aware this is going forward. To give you some background on why this limitation was put in place, the original applicants for this in 2004 were coming through to vacate this whole subdivision plat with the idea of coming back and doing a 2.5 acre exempt subdivision, which is what they did. However, there was concern because at that point there was an aggressive annexation effort by the city of Deltona. Many of the residents over there fearing that this was being done so that that way the property could be subdivided into up towards 180 lots, and then Deltona would come in and annex the property and provide utilities out there. Everyone in the immediate area were concerned about the negative impact to their rural lifestyle. So the attorney representing the applicant at that time came in and agreed to the 28 lot restriction and added it at the meeting back on August of 2004 so that it would be incorporated into the resolution when they vacated the plat. So therefore, and I'll let Mr. Ford come in and describe why he feels that it's appropriate at this point that just adding one more lot will not necessarily create an issue, and ask you to help him out in going forward with it. As I said, staff has reviewed it. We cannot act beyond what is already in the resolution that was given, so we cannot authorize the further subdivision of his property. Any questions for me? I'll be glad to answer them.
Dr. Lowry.
Thank you. It appears as though that lot is the biggest of that in that section there. In fact, it's in some cases
Can we go
3
back
and 4 times the size of some of the other.
It is a large tract. As you can see, lot 21 down there is also a large property, so is lot 1. Can we scroll down just a little bit more? And as you can see, the lots get relatively uniform over in this area over on the eastern side of Talaco Trail. But lot 21 and lot 28 are the two largest tracts.
Being very familiar with the issue of Deltona annexation of years gone by, I can kind of understand why they did that. It seems like to me that I would probably support going ahead and allowing him to subdivide that, especially since some of the other lots there, especially I'm looking at 6, that's very small, 7 is small, much smaller than that. But anyway, that's just my question on that was about the size. Thank you.
Was that wasn't in a form of a motion?
No.
Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. In the information, it said that one of the suggestions that possibly could happen would be adjusting the lot lines. What does that mean? I mean, how would you adjust the lot lines to make this work for him?
It doesn't necessarily adjust the number. It just means the lots at the 27, 28, 26, we would change those around so that that way there would be better utilization of the property. If you go,
Ms. Wheeler, adjustment of the lot lines means that if you own multiple parcels and you come in and as long as you meet the zoning requirements, that you keep the size of the lot within the zoning requirements and you meet everything else. In subdivisions, our code allows us to adjust lot lines so that 28 could become smaller, 27, 26, and 25 could become bigger, but that doesn't address what Mr. Ford is asking for, and that is for a an additional lot.
This may help out a little bit, and I apologize for not explaining. As you can see, this shows ownership right now, and so what you see is Mr. Ford owns several of these properties. So lot 28, lot 27, lot 26, and lot 25, he could come back in and, well, so therefore what he could do is possibly come in, instead of utilizing those lines that are existing, rearrange the lines themselves. The number of lots would remain constant, and we would still be facing the 28 lot limitation, but it would just allow for better utilization of the existing property.
Would that make it 28 lots or 29 lots?
Still 28 lots. He would not be able to increase the number of lots. He would just rearrange the lot lines so that way he could have better utilization.
I did not understand, maybe others did, that was the preferred option or is an option?
No,
or-
it was an option offered to Mr. Ford, saying that if, you know, if he's feeling that lot 28 is not properly configured and he would like to get better utilization of the property he has, he can come in and rearrange the lot lines as long as he meets the minimum size.
No, that's the way I understood it. It was not the fact that he was willing to do that.
No,
Okay.
that was the option that was offered to him. What he is asking is saying,
He
I
wants to-
understand that, but my preferred alternative is to split 28 so I can get one more lot.
Okay, that was, when you threw that back in there, because that's the way I understood it, but then, okay, Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, are the other lot owners familiar with that document, and they know of the document that was signed that it would be 28 lots in there? So are we asking now to change that?
Well, we have not made any notification of the adjacent property owners yet because we didn't want to do so until we found out whether or not the council was going to allow for the resolution to be heard. When we do so, we will mail out the notice to let the property owners know that this has been the request.
The resolution is recorded, Mrs. Cusack, and should come up in a title search, so they should be aware that their subdivision is restricted to 28 lots total. So if you chose to make it 29, we will have to notify every single one of those property owners to advise them that council is considering going to 29 lots and splitting lot 28 into 2 lots.
Have we dealt with this type of a situation before?
Well, in the 2 years I've been here, no. But I mean,
No, ma'am, this one is unusual, but as you know, when you vacate plats and roads, you have sometimes put conditions on those plat and road vacations. And at the time, excuse me, when this was originally advertised for the vacation, there was no restriction. However, council was concerned at the time, the sitting council, of how many lots were actually going to go out here, given the very rural nature. And the property owner at the time, that attorney volunteered during the hearing to restrict it to 28 lots and no more than 28 lots. And based on that, council put that condition into the resolution.
and if you go to...
Thank you, that answered my question.
Okay, if the other property owners are notified, Ms. Seaman, if the others are notified and they object to that,
They
is there
could come
any-
to the public hearing, because you will actually have to do a public hearing to amend that
We
resolution.
would have already voted to change that, right?
No, what you're doing is you would be telling us that we may advertise and notify all of those property owners that you are considering amending the resolution to 29 lots. We would advertise that, we would send them the notice by mail so that they understand with time and date of the public hearing, and you will hold a public hearing, and I will present to you an amended resolution that would change it to 29 lots.
Okay, Dr. Lowry.
I was going to ask one more question. In the research of why 28, was the main impetus to keep it from being small lots in fear of Deltona annexation? Was that the main impetus, or was there any other reason given for limiting?
Yes, sir. On page 11-13 and 11-14 are the minutes from that meeting, and we've listened through, and basically what you heard was the concern of loss of rural lifestyle. that a lot of the folks who were concerned saw that this had the potential of vacating a subdivision plat, which would allow for the folks to come back and petition for land use, rezoning, and everything else that would allow for, and I believe the number was 180 or something along those lines of new single-family homes. So the main concern was we did not want the intrusion of suburban or urban type of densities in here. We want rural lifestyle. And also, the fact is that at that time, the county had a 2.5 acre lot minimum exemption, so that you wouldn't have to go through the subdivision plat process if you had all the parcels were over 2.5 acres. So they were able to go through and do an exempt subdivision process so that they could do so. And if we could go back.
What size is that, 28? How many acres is that?
That is 16 acres, 16.23 acres.
Okay, so if we were to allow that to be divided, we certainly aren't going to be anywhere near the 2.5. We're going to be well above.
Right, and the zoning out there requires a 5 acre minimum.
Okay, all right. Well, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we allow this to be publicly advertised and to go to the necessary steps to allow this to happen. I'm not sure exactly how. Maybe you could help me word the motion on that.
To advertise for an amendment to Resolution 2004-163 to allow for 29 lots.
Exactly. I'll make that motion.
Motion made by Lowry, second by Patterson. Discussion, Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what we just hit on through all this discussion was where we needed to get, Mr. Irvin, if you could come back on what this could open the door for. Councilwoman Cusack, we've been around long enough that we see once this door opens, you're setting the table for all the other changes. Ms. Heeman, is that accurate? Can you help me with this discussion?
I would like the ownership map to be put back up, please. Yes, ma'am, to the extent that some of these owners could come in, and if they could meet the 5 acre, they could then again request another amendment to that resolution and another amendment to that resolution.
And that's a door I'm not willing to open, so I can't.
Motion is made and second. We're in discussion, so.
Got it.
Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on that same page because I think we're opening a Pandora's box, amending a resolution that we have in place. That was one of the impetuses in us putting this into this document in the beginning. So now we go and change it. So I just don't want to go down that road, and so I would not be able to support that motion.
Mr. Chair, since this is a hearing, I think you should be able to hear from the applicant, please.
He didn't fill a card out, but certainly will allow him that privilege. But here's my feeling. If I was the owner of lot 10 or 14 or 24, and I bought it with the understanding there's going to be 28 lots, all of them are going to be at least the 5 acres, I would be pretty well ticked off knowing that somebody else is going to subdivide. I'm not so much worried about anyone else subdividing another lot. I don't believe in that amount of acreage that could be done. I just don't like the idea when you lay the law down and you say this is the way it's going to be 14 years ago, and then you come up and you say, well, now we want to subdivide that lot. If I was in there, even though they had the 5 acres, I wouldn't be very happy about it. And I can see the fact of the owners of those lots, and he owns, I guess, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7 or 8 lots or something like that total. So that's where I fall. I'm conflicted on the fact of looking at the other property owners, which I think we have to represent. I'm not so much also concerned about laying out a precedent. I believe every action that I've ever voted on is not based upon a necessary precedent that was an exception that had to be followed in the future. I believe each of the cases that I vote on would stand up on their own legs. But the applicant is here and would like to shed some light on something that we haven't heard and you haven't heard us discuss. Go ahead and come forward. And state your name, address, just, for the record.
Yeah, my name's Anthony Ford, address 120 South Samtula Drive. One thing I do want to note is that we still own the majority of the parcels. There's a couple on the south end. I don't know if you can see it in the map. I believe it's 28 and 20. Go on up just a little bit more. They've got it as 18 and 19 are the only ones sold at this point. We still own the rest of them. We were not aware of the resolution when we bought the property. Perhaps it's just something our title company missed, or we missed, or, our fault, I guess. We think it's reasonable
Yeah,
because
wait, I hate to interrupt you, but you said you own all the lots but 18 and 19?
that's correct.
I thought your ownership was showing on the purple ones.
No, we own the rest. Oh, I'm sorry, except for 10 as well. We did just sell 10.
I was going by the color code as far as the lots. Okay, that's what we have to base our thinking process on.
Totally understand.
As
Okay.
you can see, the ownership map was based on April 19, 2017, tied into when the applications were made.
Okay, clear this up, if you could.
So
Just
since
a minute,
that
just-
time.
Just a minute.
sorry,
I got the
sorry.
floor. I'm going to take it for a second.
Yeah.
You own, and can the staff aware that they own all but 2 lots, which are,
3, I'm sorry.
okay, now we're up to 3. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Not that that makes a big difference, but you own all but which lots on here?
If you scroll that map up, please. 10, 19, and 18.
10, 19, and 18 you do not own.
Correct.
Okay, so
Have you acquired these lots since the date of this map?
Please clarify. This is not ownership. This is the subdivision names as of 2017 when he made the application, because each one of these represents the different subdivisions that were processed, not the ownership.
I mean, that's what we were basing it upon, though.
As I understand it, when they applied originally, there were 7 of them, and there was an exemption.
Go ahead and speak into the
There was an exemption at the time that only allowed for 4 lots per person, correct? So I think that's why there's a lot of different colors in there. They were intending to.
Ms. Dennis?
Oh, okay, now we're getting there. So the original intentions, the minimum lot is what, 5 acres?
Depending on,
On
there's 3 different zoning categories up in there, A3, A2, and RC through there.
Right.
So depending on those, RC has got a 25 acre, A2's got 5, A3's got 1.
Okay, so where are we here? Tell me what's, you're giving me, what is this zoned? How many, what's the,
If we could jump, we don't have the zoning, here we go.
what's it? So basically, the way I heard it, and I think my colleagues heard it, unless I'm wrong, is that these were individual owners that owned those lots, but indeed, that's not true. They're platted subdivisions that will be subdivided and can legally be subdivided according to the minimum lot size. Is that accurate, Mr.?
Once again,
Irvin?
clarifying, the image that you just saw that was prior to here, that was showing the original subdivisions of how they occurred through once the 2004 resolution was passed, where they were limited to 28 lots, but based on the standards of the zoning and everything else. So this is not necessarily showing ownership, it was showing how the original parties subdivided their land holdings. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And the reason why this came through is, as you can see on the zoning map, which we have here, we have the resource corridor, we have the A2, and then a small portion of A3 over in this area right. A3 is right here. Here you see the A2, and then the resource corridor running through there. And so the A2 areas of that subdivision, which is again a 2.5 acre exempt subdivision based on the 2004 resolution, majority of the property has A2 with RC. There's a small portion that is owned by Mr. Ford over here at the southwest corner, which has got the A3 zoning, which allows for the 1 acre lots.
So there you go. So is my conclusion right legally? Because since the 2004 resolution, we know land gets bought and sold. I mean, with all due respect, this could happen and property gets sold a year from now and the new owners come in and say, well, gee, I didn't know that these are legal subdivisions. I want to subdivide into these parcels. And that's, by law, what could happen. So let's just make sure we're framing, I want to make sure that I'm framing the issue accurately. So these are subdivisions, not lot owners. And the subdivisions can be subdivided. Accurate?
Whether it's an individual lot or a subdivision, you can come back and request for further subdivision of your property if you're consistent with the zoning and land development regulations.
Right, okay, that's where we should have started, because we shouldn't have had to have this much conversation to get to the bullet point executive summary of where we are, so that.
But again, the fact is, though, the resolution 2004-163 overrode all of that.
Understood.
So the fact is that regardless of the land use and the zoning and our land development regulations, the ownership of the property within that area is limited to 28 lots. That's why the discussion was about the resolution, because we can't take in applications for any further subdivisions and process them or go forward with anything until that resolution is determined if it's going to be upheld or if it is going to be amended. What Mr. Ford is asking you to do is amend that to allow him to do 29 total lots in that area as opposed to the 28 restriction that's there right now.
Understood, and I think Councilwoman Cusick said it best. We're opening a Pandora's box here, so, okay.
Let me make one more question and comment. You have some that is A3. Any property that is A3, which could be a 1 acre lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you have property that is adjacent to that, it could also have a zoning request to change that to A3, yes?
Just to kind of clarify in that.
That just requires a yes, Clay.
No, well, unfortunately, I wish I could say that was, and as you can tell, this is not a simple issue. This green area is resource corridor. So that means we would not allow for a rezoning to A3 because there's wetlands on that site and it's been identified for being a part and meeting the criteria on that. They can make adjustments based on a wetland delineation, but to go in there and wholesalely rezone that to A3 would not be acceptable.
Just, I mean, you've got A2, A3, and I guess that's it, right? A2 and A3.
And RC.
RC was the resource corridor.
Right.
So you've got that, but if a property, you couldn't, for example, you're saying you couldn't take the A2 section.
Okay.
And which is connected to the A3 and make that, let's say lot 28, for example, you couldn't rezone that to 1 acre lots.
I'm sorry, which number?
If you could, A2, which I think we said lot 28, which was the largest, 17 acres or
It's
something.
got split zoning on it. It's got A2 to the north and A3 to the south, but split by the RC.
So whoever has this, develops this, could in fact put 1 acre pieces of property on that part, and since A2 is right next to it, once that's done or before, could actually have that subdivided as well. Yes? No? Maybe?
Based on the zoning, yes.
Okay.
But again, access and there's a whole slew of other things.
Well, you'd have to put access to roads in there and really subdivide and develop it, and you'd lose 25% of it to do that, at least. But I mean, I'm just saying, it could be done, and that's all I'm asking. Dr. Lowry?
I was under the impression that we were going to I would like to try to remove an extra restriction that was put on this that was in fear of Deltona annexation. That doesn't seem to be a point in this time that we're in now. And all the other area, and basically what I was thinking is we're going to remove this extra restriction that was put on there and allow him to just work by the existing codes that we have for A2 and A3. That was my thinking. Does that make sense? Is that accurate?
That is the applicant's request.
Okay, so basically what I was trying to think of doing was removing this extra encumbrage that we put on the property to prevent issue that happened 14 years ago or whatever, and then just allow the normal codes and regulations that would be normal for this area then to take place? Or am I missing that?
But I think that you may be correct, but what we're seeing as we look into this, I didn't realize I'd asked directly the different zoning classifications, the fact that there was more that really there are only 4 owners in this entire section, and the fact that you can take any of the A3 and subdivide it further
Right.
with a commission 10 years from now, or council 10 years from now, or 5 years from now, or next year. Because
Mr. Urban, in a sense, we're not really making a variance here. We're just resetting this back to the normal processes that A2 and A3 would incorporate. Or am I off base on that?
I don't think so.
I've been getting feedback from staff and from y'all. Let me just try one more time to kind of clarify some of the issues that are going on. The actual area of A3, which allows for the 1 acre tracts or minimum size, is a portion of the property that Mr. Ford owns. And I'm going to try and circle it. That is the only area that is zoned A3 at this point. Okay? So that's a relatively small amount of the total acreage. The remaining portion of what is the old Talico Trail 2.5 acre exemption subdivision, which would require improvements, basically is zoned A2, with those properties on the west side zoned RC. If the applicant, or if the property owners over in this area, which is east of the RC, came in and requested a rezoning to A3, again, we can sit there and say what staff's recommendation, that would ultimately be your decision, but right now, the land use and the zoning is for A2. This RC area, the only way that would change is if the property owners came in with a wetland delineation, but it would not get rid of the RC, it would only adjust it to where the wetland lines are. So the area of R3 is a relatively limited area that's located over on the Ford property that we're talking about. So they have, every property owner in this area has the right to come in and under the land use, under the zoning, request whatever subdivisions they want as long as it complies with those regulations. What is the critical point is that there's a restriction that was above and beyond that restricts it to 28 lots. No one can do anything right now at all in regards to subdivision unless that exemption is lifted or if it's modified. What Mr. Ford is asking you to do is just modify the exemption so that it's 29 lots instead of 28, and then coming back through the process with the staff to verify that he meets the zoning, that he meets the requirements for access on a public road, that he meets the minimum dimensional requirements for whatever zoning property is applicable to that property. That's where we're kind of at. And I hear what the concern is that if you do it for Mr. Ford, and I'm going to try and paraphrase to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. If you do it for Mr. Ford, how do you not stop the other property owners or even Mr. Ford with other subsequent properties to come in here 6 months, 9 months down the line with a rezoning application and a request to make the same restriction lifted again? So that's...
Okay. What happened to the 5 acre minimums? Which section is that?
That is for the A2 zoned property.
Okay. What about the 2.5 acres somebody mentioned?
Not 2.5, it's A3.
Is 1 acre.
1 acre right there.
Dr. Lowry had it.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to know, on that section on the right, how many of those are owned by other people and not Mr. Ford?
3.
There's 3 of them
Excuse me,
in that, 3 of them in that section for the
Yes.
5 acre lot?
Yes.
Lot 10, lot
19 and 18.
19, 18, and 10 are the ones they do not own, which goes back to this. Okay.
Could you put up page 77 of
Well,
this?
before she does that, the lots up here that we were looking at in the top northwest corner, what is that zoned? Clay?
Can you scroll down a little bit so we can get, or pull it down a little bit?
No, the other way. Go
Other
down.
way. There you go. So the northwest corner over in here,
Yeah. Yeah, all of that, what is that zoned?
Basically, this is A2, A3, and then there's a corridor in here that is RC.
So that eats up a bunch of 27 and 26 and 25 lots, that RC, right? So that's undevelopable.
Again, that's clay freehanding, that's not the true GIS.
I understand,
so-
but I mean, I'm not sure it's that big, but looking at the other map. Is everybody clear on this? Huh? Just, let me just, I mean, we're not going to vote. I'm just wanting to make sure that we're clear on which is different from where we thought we originally were, right? So we're clear on that. Dr. Lowry?
I just wanted to kind of put it this way. Had that 2008, whatever year it was, ordinance hadn't been put in, he would be able to do what he's wanting to do right now. There would be no problem. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that restriction was basically put in to prevent an annexation thoughts from Deltona. So that's the thing that I'm concerned about, is that we tried to solve a problem back 14 years ago that's now hampering a man to be able to use his land the way he wants to.
I'm going to be very honest, I can't speak to whether or not that was the sole reason. I know also the rural preservation of the rural lifestyle was identified critically in the minutes as well.
And I'm looking at the land just to the northeast of that, and there's a lot of way smaller parcels there. So it isn't like he's doing something that's out of character. I mean, that right there is next to him. So, okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
If you want to stab at making it clearer than what we already feel that we are clear on, you're welcome to do that. If you want to maybe prevent any hazing or any different...
I'm not sure I can do that, but I think Mr. Lowry understands exactly what we're after. This restriction was put in.
Well, to me, that's not important.
Okay.
I could care less whether Deltona wanted to annex or not, because that's not relative to where we are, in my opinion. I mean, what's relative is what you're requesting. The restriction was put in there, and we're asked now to be able to allow you to subdivide and make one more lot instead of the 28. And the restriction was put in 2004. For whatever reason, it could have been for any kind, it doesn't really matter, because if we can go through this process and appeal it and allow you to do this, it could have been that Deltona was knocking on the door to annex you that day, and it doesn't matter, in my opinion. That's not a part of the discussion. What we're here and what we're tasked with now is to try to allow you to make 29 lots instead of 28. Okay? And that's, I think now everyone understands you own 80% of this, or 85%, I'm guessing by acreage.
Probably 90.
I'll give you 90.
Okay.
You own basically 90% of it. If you wanted to, you could buy those others out and own 100% of it and come back and redevelop it any way you wanted to, I'm guessing. Okay. Council, is everyone clear now? I've asked you that again, so everyone's good? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Council.
There is a motion on the floor to reconsider and amend the ordinance and for us to go out for advertising for that purpose.
Okay. And you made the motion, Dr. Lowry, and Mr. Patterson made the second. That was our discussion portion of it. Let's do a roll call on this, if you would.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Ms. Denny's?
No.
Dr. Lowry?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
Yes.
Ms. Wheeler?
Yes.
And Mr. Kelly?
Yes. So the motion passes 5-2.
Correct.
And we will now, at 12:06, decide, where are we, George, as far as?
I haven't checked back there, but it's due here any minute for lunch, if that's your desire. If you want to do it now, that way we have the bigger items, or at least one big item. You might want to do that after lunch, for
Okay.
sure.
If it's not, is it here or not here?
I have not heard. I'll have to check.
Okay, if it's not here, maybe we can move to one of the other items that is not that, maybe item 13. Huh?
No. Which ones are time certain?
No.
No, I don't have that.
No, there's no time certain. Must be an old. Okay. Let's, if, with council's permission, let's go to item 13. Is that okay? Instead of going for the presentation, George?
Yeah, I think you should
That's gonna
put the Duncan and Associates after lunch.
After lunch, that's what I was thinking. So we go to item 13, master plan goals, excellence in government, executive search, consulting services. You want to look at that, staff, or not? Staff? Pardon? Pat? Time out. His eyeballs, okay. I think
Or he
what
could take an extra few minutes before, and the food will be here. They're
Okay,
picking-
we're going to recess this meeting until 1:15.
There you go.
Motion, the meeting is recessed till 1:15. Anybody here? We will be resuming the council meeting at 1:15. It is now 1:12. We will be resuming the meeting at 1:15. Good afternoon. Is everyone here? I think everyone's present or close by. So we will reconvene the county council meeting at 1:16. And at this time, we will move. Clay, I guess you're going to introduce this item 12, which is...
Yes. Good afternoon. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Today, we are presenting to you the updated traffic impact study for our thoroughfare roads. Right now, I'm going to sit down and let Clancy Mullen from Duncan and Associates take you through the findings of the study, and then I will come back and talk about some of the potential financial changes that would occur, and also talk through the process. Jamie will also be available to answer any kind of questions we have in regards to the legal process or anything else like that. So that being ado, unless Mr. Rechtenwald has anything you would like to add.
Just the staff has worked very hard along with our consultant to get this report done. a little bit faster than normal. And I thank them. And today, again, it's about going over the report, the results of the report, or the study, and then we'll take a look at where we want to go from here.
And just, council, if it pleases the council, if we have questions as we go through, because it's going to be a fairly lengthy presentation. I don't know how lengthy, but I know if we had to read every word of the 44 pages, it would be lengthy. But most of us have gone through the majority of that in your findings. But if we have questions, if we can hold those until the end of this for the question and answer. Mr. Mullen, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, Clancy Mullen for the record with Duncan Associates, consultants that prepared the study. Yeah, this is a pretty brief overview. I understand we're not, this is just moving it forward through the process, but you've had previous presentations from staff that covered a lot of the groundwork, the legal basis for impact fees, the history in Volusia County, how they're calculated, what's eligible, et cetera. And this, we're not going to rehash all that today. Oh, shoot. So your current impact fees are based on a study done in 2003, adopted, I think, in 2004. That was an update of the study of the fees that were previously there. And then there were a couple of inflation adjustments after that. So where it stands now is at about 80% of the maximum fees that were calculated back in 2003. Single family fee, a little over $2,000. Some other examples are here. The proposed fees, not surprisingly, are significantly higher. Single family detached unit over $5,000. And I won't go just enumerate through all these. This is table 1 and table 2 out of the executive summary. Thought I'd briefly talk about changes from the last study, from the 2003 study. We changed a little bit the definition of a thoroughfare road that excludes municipal roads, because a lot of the cities have their own road impact fees. We don't want to overlap with those, so that was the reason for excluding those. And also, minor collectors that do not provide regional connectivity are no longer considered part of the thoroughfare system for the purpose of impact fees. So they would no longer be, so you wouldn't be funding those kinds of improvements with these fees. We updated the travel demand factors, which obviously changed a lot. The previous study was based on the 6th edition of the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual that came out. It was published in 1997. This one is based on the one that was just published last year, the 10th edition. Cost factors, the factors are unchanged, but obviously the costs themselves have gone up significantly over the past 15 years. The Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index, for example, is up about 65%, about 2/3 from where it was in 2003. I also thought I'd talk about changes from the 2016 draft study, which has gotten public. This was a preliminary draft that hadn't been thoroughly vetted either by staff. We hadn't completed our quality control for this to be really ready for prime time. And the fees calculated in this study are a little bit lower than those. Those fees were, the single family fee I think was about $6,200 instead of more like $5,200, so about $1,000 lower. And that's not because the cost went down. I mean, the cost per lane mile was actually higher in the update. But we did discover that there was a systematic error in the roadway inventory that was skewing it. Plus, we took some of those roads out, that the municipal roads, et cetera, that were had still been in there. I think we intended to take them out in the 2016 study, but hadn't gotten all of them out of there. So just a comparison, if we kind of do a side-by-side comparison of the last study and the current study, you can see that the costs are really what's gone up, is what's causing the fees to go up. The net cost is about 200% higher, which means it more than tripled. But at the same time, vehicle miles of travel, the actual travel demand per dwelling unit over that period has gone down. And that's something we see consistently in the literature, especially for non-residential. I mean, take the example of a drive-in bank. You know, there's a lot of online banking these days, so those fees actually went down in the sub-date. So this chart shows a comparison of the existing and proposed, I don't know if we call them proposed fees, but the updated fees that we're calculating in this study. And we've got basically 5 groups of bars, multicolored bars. The first group is single family, the second group is multifamily, then we have retail, office, and industrial. The yellow bar at the far left is your current fees, and then the green bar is the fees. No, those are the fees. Yeah, those are the adopted fees. Then the light green bar is what was calculated in the 2003 study. The gray bar is the 2003 study with we just applied the growth in the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index to those fees. So that's what the fees would be if they had been inflated annually by that index. And then finally, the dark green bar are the updated fees. So as you can see, the fees have gone up substantially. The fees for single family, a little bit less so for multifamily and retail, are a little bit higher than what you expect just looking at the construction cost index. But for industrial and office, the updated fees are actually lower than what you expect based on inflation. And again, that's the effect of the changes in the travel demand factors that cause that variation. In general, though, I mean, the fees that we're calculating in this study are pretty much tracking at least national construction cost increases. So we also, these last 2 slides are just comparing fees for nearby counties to your fees. Again, the yellow bar is your adopted fee. The kind of orange bar is the updated fee. And this particular one, we looked at 8 counties: Brevard, Lake, Orange, St. Johns, Osceola, Alachua, Polk, and Indian River. And as you can see, your fees are, compared to that set of other counties, are on the low end now for both retail and single family, and would be closer to the higher end with the updated amounts. With office and industrial, again, we saw that, or I mentioned before, that those fees are going down, are not going up as rapidly or as much. And so now you're on the low end, and it would be a little closer to the middle of the pack in terms of what other counties are charging. And that's really all I have for the presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to know if we looked up at comparative fees by nearby counties. I was concerned about the one that's nearest to us is Seminole, and it didn't make our list of comparative counties. There's a reason why it's not on here.
What county was that?
Seminole.
Oh, Seminole.
And Flagler on the other end.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that's not on there. I'm not sure what they're.
Ms. Cusack, I can help with Seminole. Seminole has
and Flagler.
Flagler, I'm not sure about, but Seminole has a 1 cent sales tax that goes to their capacity, and it has driven down their impact fee substantially. They've had that 1 cent sales tax for road capacity projects for 20 years. And so that their fee just is not a comparable apples to apples comparison because of that. Flagler,
Well, maybe because they're not,
Flagler does not charge.
because they're not, then maybe we should see where are they? And
Well, we did have that in a previous presentation that Mr. Irvin presented to you back in June, I believe. I think we can get that chart, and
I
get
just
that
think
up
that
for
would
you.
be important to know, since that one is just, and theirs being impacted by that 1 cent.
Yes,
tax.
ma'am. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
We can-
We can get that for you probably while we're having this conversation. Somebody on Mr. Irvin's staff can pull up that presentation and bring that chart in for us. I keep cutting in and out. I'm not sure why.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. As we went through, and I know we don't want to necessarily, we had 44 pages or 42 pages, I think, of everything that we had to evaluate, the methodology and everything like that was there to come up with where you are. And I guess that's where you are, and what you've come up with is what we want to look at, and we want to look at whether or not we want to formally accept this report. George?
Not necessarily accept it, but I think what
Accept,
we're here today, and Clay has more to go over, but we're really not formally accepting it as much as,
not to act upon, but to utilize, I guess.
well, you're right, to put out for public comment and input. So that's, not really accepting it, because I don't want anyone to think that would be with all the recommendations and everything at this time. You're really at this point just saying, okay, we've been updated, now go forth and spread the word in the community. Clay has more to follow. This was just the consultant's part. There's a little bit more that the
Okay,
staff would like to
I
talk.
didn't know that he had something else to go with.
Yeah. We have a little bit more.
Okay, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that's kind of where I was going to go to. I think I'll wait to hear that discussion, because I think that's going to be the most crucial part. We've all got the data, we've got the information, but I think it's going to be the public input and taking it out to the community that's going to be the key to where council's going to go in the future. So I'll wait. You're going to.
Okay,
I'll wait to hear all of that. Thank you.
good. Clay?
And I'm working on getting the presentations that were provided to you back in February and June, so we can get to the answer about what Seminole County is charging. Flagler County has not reinstated their impact fees since they suspended them during the recession. So they're not charging it through. So if we could have my presentation jump up real quick. When we received the report, obviously you can see that there were some significant increases across the board. There were some minor decreases in specifically like warehousing and some park issues. But when we started looking at 150% increases and everything else, we wanted to make sure that we could go over first and foremost what was going to be the net revenue, what was going to happen because we were collecting these additional fees, because that's going to be very important for you as a council in making policy decisions, and also it's going to be important for us to be able to go through and do your capital planning. And will that be able to address some of the existing and future deficiencies that we're projecting to occur in our thoroughfare system? And then lastly, and I think the most important to this body, is how do we get feedback? In the past, specifically the 2007 study, the study was distributed to VCARD, and then I think it was the Volusia Home Builders Association, which is now the Volusia Building Industry Association, for their comments, and there was a workshop held with the council. We realized that that's going to be a little bit of a limited audience, and so we've come up with some alternatives for you to make a decision on. Well, first and foremost, just to kind of go through some of the things that staff did once we got the report, we wanted to try and kind of come up with a conservative way of estimating how much money we would actually be able to generate based on this. We looked at what was the one calendar year that we had all of the data, because we're not done with 2018 yet. We looked at 2017 to get a good idea of how many residential and non-residential permits do we get in. based on that, we went through and applied both the existing fees that we would charge and the proposed fees to get an idea of the estimate. Again, this is under a very generic scenario of about 1 million square feet of total non-residential and the same number of building permits that were issued in 2017. So what you see is that the total winds up being about 13 million under the proposed fees and $6 million under what we are currently charging. So it's basically a net increase of around $7 million. This gives you an idea based on building permit data from 2017 as to how the individual zones will, or may, I gotta make sure you understand, this is may. These are not ironclad projections. These are estimates based on past performance. So you're seeing around 4 million in zone 1, 2 million in zone 2, 1.8 million in zone 3, and a little bit over 4 million in zone 4. Those are the revenues. Now we have to take into account the existing credits that are out there by each zone. So what you're seeing is that currently in zone 1 we have about $2.2 million in credits, which are associated with prop share agreements or agreements for road improvements, those types of things. Same situation is occurring in zone 2, which is southeast Volusia, where we got about $4 million. Zone 3, which is the Deltona area, that's around $600,000. And finally, zone 4, where we have $28,000 in those type of credits. The next slide is, these are things that our traffic engineering group is monitoring. These are these prop share agreements that we have, roadway agreements that we have with developers. So the one that Ms. Denny's rightfully said, wow, pertains to in zone 1 where we have approximately $20 million. Okay, and that means money that's being allocated toward road projects, but also land, construction, and those types of things. So even though you may not see revenue from it, we are getting roads built to the equivalent of $20 million. Zone 2, we don't have any of those in place at this point. That doesn't mean we couldn't get one in the next several months. But just again, this is a snapshot in time that right now, as of September 27th, when this information was provided to us, that is what we have. We have $126,000 in zone 3 and roughly $546,000 in zone 4. Okay, this next slide is going to be assuming all credits are used 1 year, all the impact fees from that 2019 projection come through, and all of those prop share agreements come to fruition. That is not necessarily reality, but it's a good way to conservatively estimate what could or could not be coming in to the county's coffers for the impact fees. So what you see in zone 1, you have an approximate $17 million that's in a credit, for lack of a better term. I don't want to make it sound like a deficit, but it's $17 million worth of road improvements that are being done by the private sector in order to mitigate for their work or paying us to help pay for a larger project. Same situation occurs in zone 2, where you see that $2 million worth of work being paid for and done by the private sector. But it also has the situation that we will not receive new cash into those impact fee zone accounts. Zone 3 will realize, if all of this comes through, $1 million, and zone 4 will receive about $3 million. I want everybody to remember we're looking at expansion of a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road is around $4 to $5 million per mile. So that gives you an order of magnitude when we start seeing these numbers coming in, that it does help us out because we have future needs out there. This is the maps that everyone's seen that's associated with what was identified by the various cities as part of the discussion on the half-cent sales tax. The critical parts that we want to make sure is we do see an increase in revenue. It's very important. It does help us out. There are credits that are existing, which will basically be gobbled up quicker because with a higher rate, the credits don't go as far. But it does offer a market where people may want to sell them quicker. We also have a lot of pending prop share agreements, which will put additional lane miles on the ground, but we will not receive any impact fees because we have to give those as credits. The other thing that's out there, as we presented back in February and June, is we do have the 2005 bond issue, which will not be paid off till 2024. So we will have to make sure that portions of the impact fee revenues are allocated towards that. And then the one thing that Jamie and I were discussing, and we realized that you now have given those who have credits a better market to sell theirs. And for example, single family is $2,000 roughly. If y'all choose to go to the amount that's recommended, which is $53.79, just say $5,000. Those who hold that $2,000 credit can sell it for face value, cannot necessarily sell it for face value at this point, but they can in the future because it'd still be cheaper than the $5,000 that someone coming in new needs it to pay. So they'll see their market improve. They'll be able to sell their credits better. The other aspect of it is that it's not going to be able to fund everything. We just want to make sure that this is clear because unfortunately when you start seeing a $13 million estimated generation of new impact fees, folks are thinking that right off the bat we'll be able to start going out there and starting to pave and get things going. Unfortunately, that's not necessarily the case. It makes a better situation for us from a capital funding perspective, and it makes it better for us in the long run to be able to work with developers and or cities to come up with programs to do road improvements, but it's not going to be able to put the bulldozers out there tomorrow making, 2 lanes into 4 and 4 into 6. That's kind of the real quick check from a revenue perspective. Process-wise, today we're not asking you to take formal action per se. It's your decision. If you feel that we're ready to rock and roll, you can direct our staffs to come back with an ordinance as soon as we can get it prepared. What we would prefer, in order to make sure that there's public input, we would distribute it to a variety of different sources. All of the cities, all the chambers. We have an identification of several citizen groups that are out there that are operating in Ormond Beach, New Smyrna Beach, and DeLand, those areas. So we would also make sure that they get a copy of it. We would put a link on our website so that people could download the copy of the study itself, as well as kind of a brief summary, which kind of summarizes, Impact Fees 101, so that way there's understanding of what's got to be done, so that they are not overwhelmed by the math, and making sure that it's very clear and understanding why we're doing it and how it's got to be done. We would put that out there. We would also like to have a series of meetings out in the public. One of the things that we were required to do is go out and have zone meetings where we would meet with the cities and public and say, here's what's in our road program, can you help us out and give us any kind of feedback? We're going to be doing the same thing. We will have a meeting in each one of the zones. We're working on the details right now. If you say it's okay to go with this idea, we will be able to have locations in Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, Deltona, and DeLand, where we basically go over the same presentation we just had, maybe a few more facts, a few more graphics, so that folks understand what's going on. That would be the opportunity for the public to come in, ask questions of staff, come in, ask questions of the council. And then what we would do is compile all that, bring it back to you. We would like to be able to bring it back as quickly as possible, but scheduling those 4 meetings and trying to get everything together, realistically, the earliest would be the second meeting in November. More realistic would be the first meeting in December. What we would like to do is bring it forward, and you would have basically 4 options, and that's accept the study as it's presented, come up with some amended or changed, thank you, ways of calculating it. I know there's been discussion out there in the public about possibly staging when the full impact fee is put in place, do it over 1 or 2 years. If you feel that the questions were too much and that don't have faith in what came out, you can ask us to do additional research. And again, there's always the option of starting all over again, which I'm not sure anybody's really excited about that. But we wanted to make sure that y'all had a clear understanding when we come back in November or December with this, what will happen. At that point, you have to provide direction to staff as to whether to go forward with the drafting of the ordinance or not. That will occur then. Today, that is basically it. If there's any questions, we are available.
Ms. Dennis, I know you had mentioned if you wanted to comment, would be at this point, or
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a good process. In speaking with staff on my pre-council briefing with Mr. Rechtenwald and with staff, I don't know where the rest of the council is, but I'm in no, I don't think it's effective for us to put a time certain on this. I think we need to take as much time as required to have these community conversations and with the organizations and get as much input as we can and discussion. So I think there was kind of a preconceived idea that we wanted this done by January 1st. And the elephant in the room is because of the half-cent sales tax. Well, those are separate issues, and at this stage, we need to do this well and thorough and as transparent as we possibly can. So as long as this takes to get where council wants to go, I'm comfortable with that. I don't have a time certain on this, and I think we'll all be served well, the community and our end product, to take this into the community as many times as we can for as long as required. And I think that's just where I am with that before
Okay.
I make a decision.
Okay.
That's it.
To answer the question was asked earlier about our comparison with Seminole County, what you can see is on the in front of you is what was provided back in February of 2018 in a staff presentation. And Seminole County is located right here, and that's why you see that you have the two different numbers, because they do have fees that pertain in some areas where the half-cent sales tax is subsidizing some of the capital improvements in some of the areas that are not. So there's some ranges that you have. So what you see there is 705 to 1271 for a single family, 471 to 849 for multifamily, about 1,800 to 4,500 for retail, 1,287 to 2,300 for office, and 524 to 944 for industrial. So that's, again, giving you a range that they face based on their geographic region, whether or not the sales tax impacts that. Same situation occurs over here in Osceola. And I believe, as you can see here, Lake is divided into two different regions as well, where you have a different fee because they have another funding option other than just impact fees. And they have a dedicated source for it. So this reflects what it is, just the pure impact fee, and then one where they have an alternative funding source, such as a half-cent sales tax.
I think those numbers are important, Clay, because we got slammed. That's probably not a very good word.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good. We got slammed by the media about being so much lower than our neighbors, our next door neighbor, Seminole County. And if you publish these numbers now, if people were to see those, even with the asterisks that are there, they would see that we really aren't that bad. And then when you I looked at one extensively, was St. Johns County, which is one of the wealthiest counties in the state, also the number one in education in the state. And you look at their fees, they're only higher than we are in the one category, which is single-family homes. Everything else, they're way down for economic development purposes. But that's just one point. And I think just my feeling, Ms. Dennis, is very similar to what you have. It's very, very important that we get as much education, information to the public so that they totally understand. It was eye-opening, game-changing when you showed where we would be in zone 1 and 2, I guess, if everything were to happen and to occur. We might be able to pave a mile in zone 3 if we stretched it? That's kind of a fair summary. So this is what people need to see. They also need to see the analysis and that it is a process that you have to go through. Dr. Lowry.
Yes, thank you. I agree with both you all in regard to that. I'm in no rush in regard to this, never have been. I'm glad to see houses being built in Deltona again. I have not seen that for years and years, and now we're seeing construction again. And just because maybe the patient isn't in ICU right now, they're not ready to run the marathon. And I think we need to be very careful on this. I think the more we can put information out there, I think people got the impression somehow if we tripled impact fees that people from Mars were going to be paying that. No, or many cases people in our citizens, especially building homes, are going to be paying for that. And developers have a way of passing those things on to other people. And so we're really looking at people of Volusia County paying for this and in many ways. And so I'm wanting to be very careful too. And also when you hamstring businesses a little bit, that's jobs. You know, that's a hindrance to developers, or not developers, but business owners to be able to hire people if they've got to pay these impact fees. And plus, the second thing, not only that our citizens, many of them are going to be paying these fees, but secondly, it's really not going to be a tremendous amount of revenue to be able to go out here and start paving hundreds of miles of road. It's not a drastic increase in revenue. And so I think those two things need to be communicated, because before, just social media in different places, people, I think, had the impression if we would just double impact fees, all of our problems, road problems, would be solved. And that certainly is not the situation at all. And so I think this time we need to be very careful, very deliberate, and get the information out there and get the more feedback we get from the citizens. I think the better we will be able to make the right decision. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Patterson.
I'm with you, the three of you now. I think if we took all 67 counties and looked at them, you'd find something totally different. That's why I went a long time ago when I made the comment, you just can't in 6 or 7 inches of print in a newspaper really explain this whole issue. It would take almost several pages of a newspaper to go through all of this. And I think going out in the community and addressing all the issues, because we still have the issue of affordable housing. I run into people all the time that say you need to quadruple because we want to stop construction. Everything from that to have a complete moratorium. And if you want to see an economy in Volusia County crash, because you look at the building industry, it adds a lot to, it's a different type of economic development. It really adds a lot to our community because they're buying lumber, they're buying concrete blocks, they're buying concrete. There's all these things that go into it, which is money rolling through our economy. So we've got to make sure that we're not going to really kill it. I was up in West Virginia a couple of years ago, and I went to church with a friend of ours. I looked around, and everybody there was older than I am. And I asked what happened. He said, well, everybody left. All the tradespeople left because they had to go someplace to get work. So I don't want to kill a really important industry in Volusia County. But I want to, we've got to take care of the road situation, and I'm hearing that constantly. But I think that there's this misconception that the impact fees will pay for all of our road programs, and they won't. Back in '95, when I came on the council, impact fees were a huge issue. And then I looked over and I got to be friends with some of the people in Seminole County, and they had this local option sales tax, and they were taken off. It was unbelievable what they were doing, and they were kicking our butts as far as economic development. And it's just because of one guy who convinced the Seminole County Commission that they needed to put this thing forward. So something I know today, somebody will say, hey, Patterson's out here pushing the local option sales tax. I want to look at all opportunities that we have, everything that we can do that could possibly help us with our road program, because that's very important. We need it, and we just need to find and look at all alternatives, whether it's mobility fees, whether we're going more into public transportation. There's just so many avenues that we can take, and going out in the community and letting them know what we have in these reports and letting them suggest to us, and we can weigh all the evidence and look at a way to really come up with a solid solution.
Ms. Wheeler?
Well, I'm kind of going along with everybody else. This study is so important, and we all agree, I think, that, this needed to be done a long time ago, and definitely last year before we even started to introduce the sales tax. However, we do know that this is not going to bring in the money, the sales tax, for the same reasons. But there are things that I'm still not sure of the answers. The current imbalance between the adopted fees and the developer's credits, and does a house that is being built for $150,000, is that going to be the same impact as a house that's, are they going to get the same fee that a house that's $5 million or $1.5 million? Does a residential, an apartment house, or a low-income housing or whatever, are they going to be paying the same amount as one that's a high end when it's already a hard thing to sell? There's so many questions yet that I think needs to be addressed. I don't have all the answers, and I'm not sure if staff has all the answers. I think going out in the public and hearing from them, their ideas, their concerns, and adding this into it, it needs to be addressed. There's no doubt about it. And I just think I want all the information, because this is a big decision, and probably, it's going to come down to the fact that maybe we can't do this all at one time. We're going to have to split it up in increments. I don't know. I just think I need more information. I'm very pleased with what I have in front of me, and I thank staff for finally getting this to me, that I feel I'm a little bit more informed, but I need some assistance. I want to hear people outside of what I'm hearing around here to add to the equation.
Ms. Post?
I think most of us were at the elected officials roundtable, or maybe 4 of us were at the last elected officials roundtable, where I know that Yarborough had mentioned the impact fee study, and there was question as to when the county was going to be moving forward on really, I guess, just the discussion about it. And I think the bottom line was, when were we going to be moving forward? So I took that as concern as to being as efficient and quick in coming up with a solution and not really kicking the can down the road. I mean, this has been in discussion for a long time. I mean, we did this study in, it was requested in 2015. We did the study in 2016. I mean, we've been talking about this issue for a long time, and I'm not exactly clear. What I keep hearing is that this is not a fix. It's not a total fix. That's the impression that I'm getting. And but what I keep hearing is that we need to educate the public more on either the importance or the non-importance of putting an impact fee forward. And as a policy leader, I'm not quite sure why we're in that boat, because I'm looking at it as, let's get the information, and that's our job and our position to make those decisions. And if that's the correct decision, then we need to educate the public on why that's the best decision and why that's the decisions that we're making. But I'm not sure why we're continuing to extend the conversation. So I'm, at this point, unless I get additional information or additional feedback on it, I'm not exactly sure where having more discussion with the public on it and continuing to talk about it is going to help with a fix.
Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that when we make a decision, it's something that we as council members and well as our citizens will have to live with. And I think it's important that we move forward, but I also think it's important that we have collaboration with the citizens of Volusia County when we move forward, because this is something that they too must buy into. And without some input from them, I think that we would not be good stewards if we did not have that piece. So I think that we need to move forward as expeditiously as possible, but I think that we need to have our partners to understand what the impact fee study has brought to us. Where do we go from here? Some feedback from the developers as well as our citizens. And I think that we will get there. If it has taken us from 2015, we don't have to get it done by the end of my term, which is December 15, 2018. And so we don't have to do that. But if we were ready to do that, I'm ready to make that kind of decision. But I don't want to make that decision without having some input and buy-in and some expressions, if you will, from the citizens in this great county. And so that's where I am. I think that we need to proceed with advertising what the study has shown to us, have input from our VCOG partners, from the Volusia Building Association, and all our citizens and cities, the chambers. Everyone needs to get involved and be informed as to what this study has indicated. And if they have recommendations, I'm willing to listen to some recommendations also. But I think that we have to move forward, but I think we have to take the time it takes to be able, in the position, to move forward in a collaborative way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I just want to emphasize that the reason that we're not trying, it's not, to me, kicking the can down the road. It's allowing the public the time to see what we just saw for the first time this past week. Today, the public is basically getting to see, it's been online since Friday a week ago, but it's been online, but it gives them a chance. It gives fairness to some of the social media posts and some of the media statements that fairly they stated, if you triple the impact fees, you're not going to solve your problems. It clearly shows the revenue that's going to be generated from a one-year snapshot and exactly what that's going to do, so that people will clearly understand that we're trying to do the right thing to take care of the issues, but this is not the total answer to addressing the infrastructure needs that we currently have. And I think that's important for them to understand that and to work with us if they have ideas of whether Ms. Wheeler mentioned, do it all at once or try to work and phase this process in. As Dr. Lowry mentioned, who all is affected. Now, we know that it doesn't matter if it's a $5 million house or a $100,000 house, it's the same price, impact fees. It was kind of quoted or printed in the editorial this morning that we should charge more for a larger square foot home. The difference in that is so infinitesimal that it wouldn't make a difference. Plus, we would be one of few trying to do that. Certain things that we're constrained on by the law, and that's why Seminole County is so successful doing what they did with their 1 cent tax, that we would be successful in eliminating the infrastructure with the half-cent sales tax. So in conjunction with the impact fees, we're going to have to adjust the impact fees, I feel sure. But I want the public and the people that are in partners with us, they all need to have a say-so in this and come back. If it takes a month, 6 weeks, get it back, or 2 months, whatever time it takes to have the people have the opportunity, because we've heard on the last episode where you didn't tell us about it, we didn't know about it, you didn't know about it. Well, here it is, folks. We want you to see it. We want you to weigh in on it. We want your opinion. We want your thoughts on it. We're asking for your help. I mentioned to George this morning that I want our page I want it opened up right there on the impact fee study. I want them to be able to click on that right there to gain this information. I then want our PIOs to go out there and let everyone know where it is, that information is available to the people. I want as many people to see this and to help us, because it's a difficult thing that we're going to have to make. And I had some rough numbers done from it, and somebody said between 75 and 80% of us never paid an impact fee, period, in the past, based on the houses that were built before a certain time, or the residences that were built, and the ones that were built once impact fees were there. So it's something that if you buy a house that's 20 years old, probably no impact fees paid on it, or 15 years, or 100 years old, whatever it is. Those numbers may be off. That person may not be that scientific that did that guesstimate. But that is the reality of it, is that we have the information now to make a decision. I would think we would be wise to get the public input. I could tell you what I think right now, and the way I would want to go right now. I'm prepared to do that, but I don't think that's fair to everyone else to be able to weigh in on it. And with that, Ms. Wheeler? Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to re-emphasize, and I think Councilmember Post, I think that's where I hear it differently than you, that we need to get this out there, not to sell it, that this is the way we want it. It's to get it out there so we can discuss it, and we need the input. We need the feedback. You know, what are we missing here? I don't think we should delay it a great long period of time. I would like to see these meetings set up as soon as possible, but we need to start the process now. But we need the input from our citizens, from the Builders Association, from VCARD, and it's really important for this big decision to have all of the feedback. And I think that's where I was looking at it a little bit differently from you, and that it's not going out there to sell our idea. It's out there to get information from them.
Ms. Post?
Do we have, because I understand, I know that we've been getting lots of feedback, and I know everyone's been getting lots of feedback from many different directions on the impact fees. Maybe not specifically on this actual study, since this actual study came out a week or two ago. Do we have a time frame that we can come up with where we're looking at I guess that's my final question.
Mr. Chair, I might be able to help with that issue.
Okay. Jamie?
We can take our existing ordinance, it's a table, it's a very large table in our existing ordinance, and we can create the shell in preparation for you to actually establish the fees. But the reality is that the ordinance will not take effect until 90 days after you actually adopt. That's a requirement of state law. So if I back that timeline up, if Mr. Irvin is able to get out into the public within the month of October, we could possibly make that meeting in November or the first meeting in December for you all to consider and to set those fees. And we could possibly make the second meeting in December for the adoption of those fees, if that helps you all with that timeline.
I mean, because we had the impact. Oh, I thought it was still my turn.
I was answering her question,
Yeah.
so I
Right, but-
apologize.
Okay.
No, yeah.
So that is a timeline that has been put. I mean, I think this is kind of what we were looking at, that the month of October or so, you'd be getting out to the create 4 different meetings, each of the districts or each of the zones.
Yes, we are prepared right now to contact the cities of Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, Deltona, and DeLand to basically request that we hold meetings at their chambers, to be able to come in there, provide information, do a PowerPoint basically similar to what we've done here, hold public hearings, allow folks to come and make comments, pull that all together then provide you with a summary of what we hear so that that way you have all of the comments from that. In addition, you will have comments submitted, I'm sure, by VCARD, VBIA. Some of the citizens groups can do, those organizations that we know are out there. We're definitely going to notify them. Also, one of the things that we were planning on doing on the website, where we were going to have the link, was also allow for commenting from the public on the web, so that that way we could gather all that information. So that is a great deal of information to come back, and as Ms. Seaman says, we should be able to get that done, I would say, in time for possibly the first meeting in December to come in and provide you, and you'll have the shell of the ordinance itself, and plus the background information we have to date at that point.
Okay, Mr. Patterson.
And I think the information that has been going out so far is that a lot of people have made assumptions based upon what they've heard, whether it was rumors or what they think it should be, without really getting all the facts. And that's why I think this is what we need to be doing, is getting information out, and hopefully that we get the feedback from people so that they know where we're going with this. And I think a lot of the groups, like the home builders, the realtors associations, and VCAR and all these other groups, can help us in eventually getting out all the information and showing that they're not part of the problem, that they're also part of the solution to this. And I think that which is important.
Ms. Post.
Clay, do we have any, did we have any feedback from the impact fee meeting that we had with VCARD in New Smyrna?
They didn't have the study.
I mean, I know it wasn't necessarily on the study, but it was to inform the public about impact fees. And did we, I mean, we must have gotten some
I don't
feedback.
know. I've not heard anything from Ms. Carl, who's the executive director at VCARD. She's not forwarded anything to me, so I'm not certain. I can't speak to that. It was a VCARD sponsored event, so therefore they would, but I personally have not received any information or request from information resulting from that presentation.
Mr. Chair, I was at that meeting, and it was basically a lot of good information put out that was valuable, but there wasn't anything really brought forward as like a potential suggestion. But it put out a lot of great information, and Ms. Seaman was there, and kind of got to the legal facts of it. That you just can't quadruple the impact fees because you think that you're going to stop growth or for whatever reason. And the fact is that, with the local option sales tax, you have to come back on the impact fees because it offsets it. So, but there was a lot of good information there, and there was a lot of people that outside of the building industry that were at that meeting too. So, but as far as a suggestion, there really wasn't, that I can remember, anything come out of that.
Okay, I hear five or six of us saying, let's proceed with, as staff has mentioned, to go having the public meetings, bringing that back in a timeline. If it can follow the timeline that has been outlined by Ms. Seaman, we can do that. That would be the direction, I think. And George, you had it on, then you turned it off. Yes, sir.
Well, you guys kept hitting some of the points, but I was just going to say, at the next meeting here, we can give you, if we haven't even already started some of the public meetings, but I'll report back at the next October meeting where we are with the website, which should be up and running fine. It's already on the web, but we want to change it to some of the stuff you suggested. We'll have the 4 meetings scheduled by then, and maybe, like I say, maybe even had some meetings. I'm sure other groups will want us to talk and present, and we'll have distributed all the stuff out to the agencies that Clay had mentioned. But I can report that back where exactly we are, and then that'll kind of hone us in on what time we'll be ready to actually take that, collate it, and then and be able to give a good presentation and another discussion when you go to enact whatever parts of the study you choose.
Okay, and I do know that we received a white paper as such in the mail, I think, this morning. That would be one of the things from the public that wanted to, for us to evaluate
Exactly.
information. we're not, quote, voting on this, but I had 3 people who wish to speak on this, which I'll allow you to speak with the understanding that we're not we're not voting on what the impact fees are, that we're going to put it out for public. Well, you've heard if you're here. John Nicholson, are you okay with, did you need to speak on this? I had you down to speak. It's time. I'm sorry?
That's my impression. What you said was don't speak because you spoke this morning.
I'm just telling you, we're not, you can speak to whatever, you have 3 minutes to speak on this issue.
All right, thanks. One, I have 3 issues that I didn't see come up. Well, we did talk impact fees, but not mobility fee. That's something out there that's running around. And then the half-penny sales tax. Who does what, when, where, and how. I got the impression that if we pass the half-penny sales tax, then the impact fees go down. Well, then why pass the half-penny sales tax? Doesn't make sense to me. 2, if we do the impact fee, which is not easily understood because it's anywhere between $500 and $5,000. So why, which is what I would understand, why is one neighbor doing 500 and the other neighbor on the other side of us doing 5,000? So there's 2 up there for 2,000, 2 up there for 5,000. Why are we at 2,000? So that I would have to understand, because there are reasons, but what affects what is something that I think we need to know. If we do this, and we're about in that cycle, some people are saying that we are slowing down, and there's going to be a correction in the market. If we do this and we do this incorrectly, and things stop, the last correction that we did, okay, was 2008, and it turned out to a whopper, okay? Things went to a screeching halt. 17 projects stopped in Daytona Beach on the beach side. 17. We've had 1 project built, or it's in the process of being built. We don't want that to happen again. So please be very mindful that our business people need to do what they have to do, because some of us rely on them for our jobs, okay? Secondly, it's very difficult and very time-consuming to get these projects through. It takes, a friend of mine built the Ocean Walk in front of my house. It took 15 years, okay? Money market, money lending is extremely difficult for hotels. We rely on our hotels. We're a tourist industry. So money markets are not great for us. Third and lastly, let's understand why we're doing what we're doing. Let's understand that the residents are sitting there saying, why are you letting them go scot-free for 15 years? That's a long time. This thing comes up and tells us, oh, guess what? They're paying too much. In 2 of the areas, we want to lower it. So we're not really communicating. We're thinking they're getting off scot-free. The report comes in and say, oh, they're overpaying. So, and if we pass the half-penny sales tax, we'll even lower it even more. So do you understand we're not understanding and we're not on the same page? Thank you.
Thank you. Sands.
We're here as a team.
Rob, I can't let you speak, Rob. I don't have a card for you. Rob.
He's having some dental work done, and he wanted me to speak for him.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Sands Lasseter, Lasseter Transportation Group. Our office is 1435 West Granada, Suite 2, Ormond Beach. We aren't really having any issues with what has been presented today yet. We are reviewing it as well as everyone, not only on behalf of clients, but also on behalf of VCard. But I do have a client who is concerned about not having a particular rate available to him for his use, and that is Minto. And they have an age-restricted community. It's a bona fide age-restricted community, and they generate less traffic than what typically you get with a single family. It's documented in the literature, but their particular use is not shown in the table of uses for Volusia County impact fees. And so what they'd like to do is have that considered in the future. And what I did provide was a white paper, and if you don't have it, I have a copy here if I need to hand that out.
I emailed it this morning.
Well, some of us have been in meetings today, Rob.
Understood. It's not for today. It's for when you get a chance.
But we do appreciate you making that effort, and I think that's something that staff can evaluate and look at once they get that information. That's why it's important that all members in the public the business community and everyone needs to weigh in on this. It's a very important issue, and we don't want to do what was suggested has happened, and that is to stifle the positive job creation that we have, because jobs create wealth. Okay, but we'll certainly evaluate that.
Thank you very much.
And
Thanks
Rob,
to
I
you
would
two.
let you speak anytime you want to.
And thank you to your staff. You got
Yeah.
some of the best in the business. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair?
I have, yes.
Oh, that one, that's not, do you want to speak? Or do you want to argue?
No, I just want to, this is why we need public input, and I'm going to make one comment here and read, I know we got the white paper, haven't read it yet, but the reference that you're making, with all due respect, 55 and over, I think everybody here is 55 and over, probably bar just a few of us. Sands? You too?
That's where I'm going. I mean,
But I think that the community itself advertises itself as an active lifestyle, and with how many trips you can get to Daytona Beach, to this, to that, to the golf course, or in the International Speedway, the Amazon, the Orman Memorial Art Museum, Oak States Gardens, the DeLand Naval Air Station. So you're going to have a really tough time making that case for this council member.
Deb, I'm sorry I let you do that.
No, it's okay.
Let's move on from that. And that
Don't be
information,
sorry.
at least we'll receive and look at that information. I have one more person.
yeah,
have one more-
my 2 cents. in
Okay,
there,
go
'cause
ahead, Pat.
Well, I mean, I drive 40 miles a day back and forth between here and Daytona Beach, and I'm here. I'll be in 11 days. I'll be 70 years old. I'm still working because I want to work, and I think there's a lot of people. You go to Publix and look at all the senior citizens that are loving working at Publix, and they're creating trips. So, I think it's.
All I said was we would receive it and look at it. I didn't say we're going to adjust it for Mento, but I didn't want you to take that, Rob, as a given. But I appreciate your input. Ken Strickland.
You want my address, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Ken Strickland, 1208 North Halifax, Daytona Beach. Let's talk about not increasing property taxes for your tax-paying residents for 15 years. You know that feeling you had just now when I said that? That's how the tax-paying residents felt when they found out that impact fees hadn't been raised in 15 years. You know, you probably don't care what the tax-paying residents think, just like I'm not really worried about what y'all thought of me, but it may translate at election time. However, we've left many millions of dollars on the table that we've missed out on with over those 15 years. There's probably thousands of homes already in the pipeline. I know there's a few few thousand over in Daytona area, I believe. Over there north of LPGA that'll probably be exempt from an increase in impact fees. You're always speaking in what's best in terms of what's for the developers, but you don't ever speak about what's best in terms of the residents as a general rule. A few times there right at the end you mentioned residents, but before that it was never about the residents. Ms. Denny said earlier we'll be as transparent as we possibly can. What's wrong with complete transparency? We've had enough years, 11 or 12 of Mr. Deneen with no transparency hardly at all. Mr. Lowry said he's in no rush. I mean, we're continuing to lose millions of dollars, where it's credits or whether it's cash, with the fact that over the 15 years and not going ahead and making a move on this. The total answer, is not that we continue to waste time and do nothing, you know. Let's just continue to do nothing and waste time, let money go, and go along to get along. And we haven't had any info in 15 years. We got plenty of time to wait. We can get a little more info over the next few months. Meanwhile, land use attorneys, that I won't call any names, will be trying to get as many pushed through before that 90 days is up, after you finally do decide to increase the fees for that delay of 90 days. It's time you started thinking about the effects of this on residents. if you think that anybody is gonna get that half-cent sales tax through without a sufficient, serious increase in impact fees, I think you're gonna be sadly mistaken. There's no way that if you don't start getting a little more money from developers, because they've made a lot of money for a lot of years around here, you're gonna have to raise the impact fees if you want anybody to even consider voting for a sales tax increase.
Thank you. And just off the cuff comment, if you saw the money that was be raised, if we increased them for the next year's production, we make no money. We make enough to do a half a road for a half a mile. So that's the answer. I'm going to ask for some additional numbers from staff on exactly how much money they think we lost on impact fees. The houses that were built were not that much. And if people don't want the half-cent sales tax, and I'll be quiet, we can live with exactly the traffic and issues we have, because impact fees, if we adopt the numbers that we were given today, will not cover anything to take care of the congestion that we have. And if you're willing to live with that, then that's what we're going to have to live with. But I hope people understand that we are trying to find a way, when you have 50 to 60% of the money that would be paid for by people who don't live here on the tax, that would generate $40-something million a year, we can take care of a lot of infrastructure issues throughout the entire Volusia County. And the impact fees will be adjusted. I can guarantee you that. I can't tell you what they're going to be. This council is dedicated to doing that. That's why we asked for the study to be expedited, so that we could take the information and follow the law as set by the state of Florida and proceed lawfully. Everything is in 100% transparency. Everything we have is going to be published, and it will be available to any resident on there. So, Ms. Post, do you have another comment?
I do.
Question?
Would it be possible to have staff then go ahead and look into that question that they had now while we're doing these public meetings and everything, so that we have that answered?
Have them do what?
The question about Mintos.
About what?
The question about Mintos?
No.
To have
That's,
that.
we don't even have that. That's part of a study that they will be giving. Staff can take that. We will evaluate that.
We will bring the information back to the
We'll have
county
the
council as
information.
part of that process, yes, ma'am.
That's what I was asking.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything staff,
Yeah.
staff is going to take the information and bring it back to us at the time.
Thank you, Jane.
Anything else? Okay, we have heard the report. I guess we didn't accept it, but we heard it. And I called it, received it, right? We are aware
You've
of it.
received the report and you're requesting staff
The
to
date.
begin
Direction. We give the
community
staff
outreach
direction.
and bring back the report to the county council in preparation for hopefully a final decision in December.
If they get it done.
Hopefully, I had hopefully in there.
Well, yeah, but just a point of
At this
con-
point, yeah.
let's clarify this. Council didn't set a date.
No,
We said you said what was possible.
yes,
We're
it's
not saying
possible.
that it has to be.
Let's take that date off of it. We want the meetings to do what they need to do, and the public input to be what it is without a date.
You don't know that you're going to be able in the four,
So to bring it back after the 4 community meetings are held?
well,
Is that
And
the better direction?
right, because you don't know that you'll be able to obtain the
Yeah, let me-
facilities to meet.
Right, let me go ahead, like I said, and we'll lay out the
that.
plan, and then
Bring
that'll,
that to us next week, next meeting.
right, that'll show you a little bit better idea.
We'll have that on the 16th.
Yes.
Okay. Item 13, Executive Search Consulting Services. Thank you, Clay, and everyone else involved. Mr. Mullen? You've got way too much information in front of you to give us right there, what I can see.
Coming prepared. Janine Jennings, Director of Purchasing and Contracts.
Just a minute, let me get. Everybody ready? Okay.
This item relates to the executive search request for statement of qualifications we put out that closed on September 5th. We received 3 responses: Colin Basinger and Associates, Slavin Management Consultants, and Springstead Waters. And at this point, we are seeking direction of how you'd like to proceed with the selection of an executive search firm.
Okay. Council, who wants to be first? You don't want me to be first, do you? Sure. Okay. Ms. Cusack wants to be first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be brief. I'd like to see us short this list today to 2, and here have the 2 finalists to come in and present to our group.
Okay.
And I would make that in the form of a motion.
And do we want to have a vote on having 2 come give us a presentation, or do we want to? Oh,
That
sorry.
was the motion.
You made a motion that
Yeah,
you'd
the
like to do
top
that.
2.
I'm sorry.
That's
I
all
need
right.
to get Mr. Patterson's hearing aid. Motion made by Ms. Cusack, seconded by Ms. Wheeler to bring
Short
2.
list today.
Huh?
Short list today to 2 people.
Yes.
And bring those 2 back in.
For a
for
presentation.
presentation. Right. And that was
Discussion.
second.
And motion made and second. Discussion? Question? You want to proceed with the voting on 1, 2, and 3?
We can do that.
Did you guys,
Pardon?
do you guys,
I know I haven't passed the motion yet. I was waiting for any discussion. No discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes, and we will now pass out the papers. She already has them?
Mr. Chair, could we hear what Mr. Rechtenwald?
no, I was just saying, I heard the motion and the
I didn't pay,
second, but I didn't
vote
hear
I
the
didn't
vote to actually go to the,
to do it.
to the 2 people. So I was just making sure we were following procedure. We wouldn't want to mess this up.
I-
He wants us to hurry this up.
The way I had planned to do that, George, was she had made a motion to do that. I was going to have the passed out, and then the motion was going to say, we bring these 2 back. So now we'll have to vote twice.
I was ready just to go for 1.
1, 2, and 3.
Well, you should have made that motion first, Mr. Patterson. He was going to pick 1. I will make a comment while we have some dead air. It appeared for me that the costs were pretty much the same across the board for all 3. I didn't see any real significant difference, and it also matched the cost that a recent search was conducted. In a city.
How about if all 7 of us go for one particular one, and we just take that one?
We can,
Which one, Pat?
which one should we vote for?
I'll wait for you to get it back.
Let's see how they come out. Maybe we could get those desks that you stand on.
Okay. Oh, thank the Lord, there's not a tie. I will read the votes now. Chair Kelly, Colin Basinger and Associates 1, Slavin 2, Springstead 3, Ms. Cusack, Colin Basinger, 1. Slavin, 3. Springstead Waters, 2. Mr. Patterson, Colin Basinger and Associates, 1. Slavin, 2. Springstead, 3. Ms. Wheeler, Colin Basinger, 1. Slavin Management, 2. Springstead, 3. Ms. Denny's, Colin Basinger, 3. Slavin, 1. Springstead, 2. Ms. Post, Colin Basinger, 3. Slavin, 1. Springstead, 2. And Dr. Lowry, Colin Basinger, 1. Slavin, 3. And Springstead Waters, 2. The number 1 would be Colin Basinger and Associates with 11, and Slavin Management is number 2.
Well, they got 4 votes. Just saying. So, council?
1 and 2, right?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
2?
Yeah, you want to go with 1, 2? That's what the motion was that we were going to do. If there's, it's subject to change if anyone wants to change, but that's what we said we could do.
I would be willing to entertain a motion if council wanted to just go with the number 1 rated consultant.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made by Dr. Lowry. Did you? Seconded by Ms. Denny's to go with the number 1 choice. Discussion.
And that is who?
That would be
I know that,
Colin
but I just
Basinger.
want to get it on the record. I was over in Casadega last week, and they told me
I
that.
think that,
So,
I'm not opposing to that, but I would like for my colleagues to think about that as critical and as important as this issue is. I think that we ought to have the caveat, if you will, to hear from 2 of the providers so that you can make sure without a doubt that where we are all headed is the right direction. So if our first choice and our second choice are both willing to come, and for some reason the first choice doesn't work out, we would have had at least heard from our second choice, which gives us some flexibility and some assurance that we have gotten the best 2 providers that was available to us, rather than just go with 1.
Okay.
I wish
Okay.
you would consider that.
all right, Ms. Post.
Thank you.
Discussion.
I don't think that this is an area where we need to be hasty on, and I would agree with Councilwoman Cusack that to go ahead and have the 2 come in and talk to them and see who exactly is the best fit and go from there, because this is the most important decision that this council will make.
Well, the most important decision is going to be who we pick as the manager. It is important, unlike if we were, unlike if we were having 2 candidates to come in to interview, and we would have to have 2 or 3 if the first one didn't work out. In this instance, they've stated their price. They've quoted their scope of work and what they would charge for additional work. So it just matters whatever we want to do. And the motion is there. Any other discussion? The motion was made to go with the number 1 firm, which is, you may name it.
Colin Basinger and Associates.
That's the motion we have on the floor.
Mr. Chair, I withdraw my second.
Mr. Chair,
Maker of the motion.
the motion is owned by the entire body, so you can't just withdraw a second or withdraw the motion.
She said she did, but you can't.
You can't.
Just like you have to vote.
You'll have to.
You can't withdraw. All right. Now let's do just a roll call vote so I hear correctly. This is to retain the choice that came out number 1. What was the vote totals for? It was 11. What was the second place got?
11 for Colin Basinger and Associates, 14 for Slavin, and 17 for Springstead.
How did 14 not win?
No, it's,
It's the lowest number,
What's the lowest number?
yes.
It's like golf.
Sorry about that.
it wasn't a hole-in-one here.
Okay. Call the vote to select.
Calling Basinger and Associates.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Ms. Dennys?
No.
Dr. Lowry?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
No.
Ms. Wheeler? And Mr. Kelly?
I'm going to go, I'll just pass. No, I'll go no also, just to do it. So we'll bring back those two if we need to, if we want to make a motion to bring back the two that are listed there. So we need a motion for that, I believe. Huh?
I'll
Dr.
second.
Lowry made a motion, seconded by Ms. Post, to bring back the first and second candidates for interview, presentation, a 10-minute presentation. A 5-minute presentation. I'm being nice. How many? You're trying to make the most of all your next 5 meetings, aren't you, Joyce?
Trying to squeeze it all in.
So that motion was made and seconded and was passed, so we'll bring those back at a time to be determined based upon their availability.
And which two?
We
You
had to
just said
call.
top two, so.
Colin Basinger and Associates and Slavin Management Consultants.
We called the vote. Oh, we did the roll call. No, Huh?
Mr. Chair,
we just did it.
that was the motion that passed prior to the passing out the sheets, that was to interview the top two, so it doesn't need to be readdressed. The second motion would have modified that, but it failed, so your motion to go with the top two stands.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I've just found out in a newspaper story that Senator Dorothy Hukill passed away this morning, and I'd like to just ask for a moment of silence, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. For those of you who may not have heard, as former Senator Dorothy Hukill passed away earlier today, and we just had a moment of silence for her. So we now will move on to item 14. Pardon? And Ms. Cusack, you were spot on, 10 minutes off. Jamie, before we do this, can we take 5 minutes? Let's take 5 minutes. We'll be back here at 2:45. Hello, it is 2:45. Try. Tell that, you may tell that to somebody who really cares. It is 2:45. We'll go ahead and reconvene the council meeting at this time. We will go to item 14. Well, I don't have everybody here.
You're out of luck.
Pardon? I tried to get this done earlier, Josh, so you wouldn't have to make it. Joyce told me that I better make sure it's after 2:30, and I listened. Jamie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have in your agenda package a memo from the legal department, authored by myself and by Michael Rodriguez in our office, who handles our code enforcement matters. The other attorney in our office that has been working closely on this is Peter McClashen, who does our law enforcement and has been coordinating this activity with the sheriff's office so that we get law enforcement's input. The memo outlines that you have the authority to identify which provisions in your county code of ordinances will be enforced and in which manner. You have the Code Enforcement Board, you have a civil citation process, and you, of course, can go through the county courts. As the memo indicates, currently our county courts identify anything that county code ordinances as a criminal violation, and as state law says, they are prosecuted as misdemeanors, even though they are not identified as misdemeanors by state law. So they're given a criminal case number. What the chair brought up several weeks ago in our workshop was the desire to reconsider that process of them being prosecuted as misdemeanors and to look at a civil citation system. I think we've outlined what your options are. In the agenda package is a schedule that has been provided to the courts that show all of our ordinances and what the fines are. From that, it gives you a fairly good review of, so that you can analyze which ones you think might be more susceptible to a civil fine as opposed to being prosecuted in the manner of a misdemeanor. I've given you some additional information that, early this morning. It's sitting up on the high-rise part of the dais. There is a hand-marked up a copy of the schedule that indicates the correlating state law misdemeanor charge that goes with some of our county ordinance violations. Behind that are the county code provisions and the ordinances that actually adopted those county ordinance violations that correlate with the misdemeanor charges in state law. So really is open for council discussion based on your direction. We will probably come back with some subsequent meetings outlining how the code could be changed, and then the actual code adoption at a future meeting based on your direction today.
And we'll go ahead and get, since Mr. Wagner made the effort to be here, he's been very helpful to me in providing certain amounts of information, and because he realizes that what I felt was to simplify this, no matter whether our legal department felt like it was one thing, if the courts are interpreting it as something else or could interpret it as something else, I felt that we need to clear that up if we can, even though I'm not a lawyer. I understand there are two lawyers. There's a plaintiff and a defendant, and they don't always agree. So, Josh, you want to share your thoughts with us real quick? And I don't mean real quick. Thank you for taking time to do this.
I want to warn Mr. Wagner, if he goes too long, a moon will appear in the upper right-hand corner of the screen.
That's actually really funny for those who remember that.
Wait a minute. Did we check his ID? Because that's not the Wagner that I know.
Hey, it's all that 55 and older stuff that everybody's been talking about. I'm trying to fit the part.
Hey, you're
Although
younger than I am.
I'm 41. I'll just throw it out there.
Thank you for waiting.
So you
I
had to
missed
tell us your 41.
Josh Wagner, 4321 South Atlantic. I like easy number, 777-4321. Thank you for having me here. I really appreciate it, Chair, for this. This is an important issue for all of us. I know it may not seem like it for some, but what you have to consider for this, which is important, is you're just providing an arrow in the quiver of a police officer. Your beach safety, ocean rescue, sheriff's office, you're giving them another option as it comes to an illegal activity. You're not saying by making it a civil infraction, you're not making it where it's legal. You're simply saying this is the path that we're giving the officer to make the decision of what it may be. And you have to look at it a couple different ways. For example, marijuana. The council sold it as civil. The clerk has to treat it as criminal based on how it's done. So there's some confusion in the courts. It's not just the plaintiff and the defendant, it's also the judge, which is unique in this situation. But you look at marijuana, which also has a state statute that can do it for a misdemeanor. What's unique is, and some of the ones that I think in this day and age, Frisbees, which I read, there is no state statute for Frisbees. So you can kind of look at it two different ways. An officer, beach safety, ocean rescue, is looking and going, okay, here's a young kid. For these reasons, I'm going to go this civil route and do this civil citation. Although right now it's kind of a duplication because you also have a misdemeanor criminal way to go. For Frisbees, there is no state statute. So you're defining a new law violation by saying it's illegal to throw a Frisbee in traffic, impede traffic, I think is the way it's worded. So there's two different ways to look at it. But the simplest way to think about it is this. If you want to make a change and you look at a particular issue like Frisbees, or I think there's one if you have the wrong size numbers on your house, that actually is criminal. There's some ones that are just, they're just old. They've been there a long time. I think, some of them probably, a lot of them deserve to stay criminal. They do, but there's a lot of them that don't. And it's kind of a tedious task to go through it and figure it all out. But there are some low-hanging fruits. I think you can just grab a couple. I'm not here to tell you what you should do or shouldn't do. My role was simply to come in and say there's some confusion as it relates to the marijuana ordinance, and that it's causing some issues for lawyers that are dealing with it on the defense side. I don't do defense work, but some of my friends have brought it up to me, wrote blogs about it. It's a big deal to them. I know the judges it is, and I know for certain that the clerk is having an issue with it. Those words, when I put in the email saying jail equals crime, no jail equals civil, that's really her. I mean, that was something I took from a meeting her years ago. So it's not even really me. I kind of plagiarized her, but I just try to simplify it. But as it comes to this issue, I really appreciate it. Mr. Chair, I know we talked about it 4 years ago before either of us were on there. I was on the council, you weren't, and I know your views, and I do appreciate it and your time. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you,
I appreciate
Josh.
it.
Ms. Post.
So I wanted to try and explain this as well. I know that a lot of us have had many conversations with many people over the course of a couple months about this. When an officer comes across someone who is in violation of a county ordinance, if it is not, if they come across someone who's in violation of a county ordinance, they write that violation on an NTA form, which is a notice to appear form. A notice to appear form is typically in lieu of an arrest, right? So it's an arrest form, except you're giving that to them and saying, instead of arresting you, I'm giving you a notice to appear to show up to court later, and I'm not actually toting you to jail. On the county ordinances, it's still on the notice to appear form, except you write on there, instead of, here's your court date, yada, yada, you write on there that it's a county ordinance and your fine is this much, and then they're responsible to go in and pay the fine. So it's on that form. Here's what I can tell you from being a law enforcement officer that has written many of these. First, no matter what, if it's a county ordinance, the officer has discretion either way to either if it's a criminal, if it's something criminal, and I'm looking on here on the listing, there's 11 county ordinances that we have that are also crimes. So on those 11 things, which I had county staff highlight for us, and we each got it today, for those 11 things, no matter what we decide,
You mean criminal, is that what you're saying? 11 that they've highlighted are criminal?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So because there is a state statute that says that it is a crime.
Right, they're
Those 11 things on here. So either way, an officer has the discretion to, if I come across someone and he's doing one of the 11 things, I have the option to make that arrest. And I'll even go so far as to say possession of under 20 is a misdemeanor exception in the state of Florida. So that is even something I could actually tote you to jail for. So that's an option, right? So I could tote you to jail for that. I could give you a notice to appear and fill out that form and say you can come to court. Or, according to our county ordinance, I can write on there, you're in violation of county ordinance and you must pay this $100 fine. So those 11 things are still crimes in the state of Florida, and that discretion is still there and still up to the officers, period. Right? So when we're looking, and we're looking at a number of these things, and we're looking at trying to make them civil. Do you know total, Jamie, how many there are on here on this list? Does anyone have any idea? Just a total number?
No, I honestly
So
don't.
out of these 5 pages of the county ordinance listing, a number of them are civil, and I know that has been some of the discussion, is to make many of these things civil so that some of these, like frisbee throwing,
Straws on the beach.
right, the cab driver, all these little incidents that we've had recently, or these examples that have been brought up, do not end up in criminal court for whatever reason. And I think that has been the issue from, or I know from discussion with many of the judges, that it sounds sort of silly, right, to be a judge and to have frisbee throwing or something come in front of you in your court. So I think from that end, the thing that we're looking at trying to solve or fix is getting those specific things out of the criminal court sector and moving them to civil court. And so if we were to look at these and make the decisions on the ones that are not listed as civil, like the frisbee throwing, if we were to make them civil, that would no longer make it to where it would be showing up in the criminal court. A notice to appear would not be completed by the officer, because if it's a civil infraction, you would be filling out a civil infraction.
Well,
You would be filling out, it's
with
like
all
a
due
ticket.
respect, that's why we're here, is to go through all of these.
Yeah.
That's what I thought we were here, Jamie, to, you said you want us to come back later with.
Well, I didn't know if you were prepared today to go line by line by line, whether you wanted us to go back and.
May I
Mr.
may I
Mr. Chair,
finish?
if I may, what I have said to council members in your absence was, this is a bit of a change in mindset, excuse me, if you will. Your exercise, though we have tried to deal with the issue in the past through the court enforcement statutes and so forth, the basic decision that confronts you today is whether you want to, as a charter county, avail yourself of the option that cities have to designate some of these, some or all, of these code offenses, which typically would go to county court. So I'm setting aside code enforcement and other civil mechanisms, but those that would typically go to county court, and to say some of those would be, you might say those that are not also violations of state law, or you could include some of those and say, do we want to issue a civil citation for which there would be a fine payable? That's really at the bottom level, the decision that you're making. Mr. Wagner advocated inclusion of marijuana among that group. Councilmember Post is observing that there's 11, and frankly, I hadn't counted them myself till, and saying, and making an observation that those are going to remain crimes and could be charged as crimes no matter what. So I do want to take the opportunity while I'm speaking to say that we have talked to the sheriff about this, and I think his viewpoint thus far is that, yes, I'm in favor of doing that for some, but not all, and we haven't asked him to express an opinion upon which of those some would be included. So what he would think about any particular one on the list, we haven't gone through them in that level of detail. I just want to report that. I think that's a fair summary of his comments. What he would say about some of them, I wouldn't want to represent.
Okay, well, I want to move on from the.
May I finish?
I agree with.
May I finish then, please?
On what?
On what I was saying.
Okay, as long as you don't go into writing tickets and all that, what we want to.
No, I'm trying to explain, because over
I brought this forward for this reason. Go ahead.
to have it discussed, correct?
Pardon?
To have it discussed.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm trying to discuss it, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Let's just.
I'm just trying to ensure that the public understands what it is, because there have been many discussions about it, and I have talked with a number of people, and I've gotten many different opinions about it and many different definitions of what exactly is happening here. So I want to ensure that we all know where we stand and what it is before moving forward, and then I would like to make a proposal as well. So
I think we've had directions from Ms. Seaman different from what maybe you and I think. I thought we were going to be able to go through, or not. I don't know what you thought. I was hoping we could outline some of those that we think should be civil and proceed that way. Ms. Dennis and Ms. Wheeler have said they didn't necessarily want to do that today.
Same here.
And
You
Dr.
did-
Lowry. So
you said that? All right. I didn't hear you say that.
and I thought we were going to get. What my point was
You could
this.
go through it today
For
if you
something that
want.
we have
May
that
I-
can be interpreted as a crime,
Right.
a criminal activity that should be civil, whether it's throwing a frisbee or whatever it is, those things are ridiculous being a crime.
Absolutely. May I
We
just have
need to
3
clear
minutes
them
to
up.
finish what I was saying?
As
and
long as
to
you
make
don't
a
repeat
proposal?
yourself and go through
Well,
the writing
now
of
I have
tickets.
to sort of start, I have to figure out where I was, because I
But we need to move
got
forward.
interrupted. Yes,
Okay?
yes,
From where you were.
yes.
That's what we're here today, is to try to move
That's what
forward
we're here
on
today to
clearing up
discuss,
these.
yes.
At least three are not prepared to identify these. So how do we arrive at getting the things that you and I think need to be decriminalized forward? That's where we are.
I don't think anything should be decriminalized. That's what I'm trying to state.
What?
I don't think anything should be decriminalized. That's what I'm trying to state.
Do you think they should all be criminal offenses?
No, I think the things that are Florida state statutes that define it as a crime should be held as a crime in the Volusia County, because they are crimes. And they're.
You can't change that anyway.
So this is what I was trying to, I could have explained this 10 minutes ago if you guys had just let me,
You've had 15.
Well, good God.
Let me see if I can help Ms. Post. The 11 items that have a corresponding
FS
state
number.
misdemeanor charge, it is her preference that those remain as a process through the criminal courts in Volusia County, even if it's an ordinance violation.
Because for a local jurisdiction to, it's my understanding that a local jurisdiction can certainly, and local governments can make things more stringent, and that is one of the rights that we have with our ordinances and things, to make things more stringent than state statute, but not necessarily to go backwards and make things that are state statutes not, no longer crimes. So what I am suggesting is on the 11 things that are misdemeanors in the state of Florida, those, I don't see a way that we can make those civil infractions because they are in fact crimes in the state of Florida. There are a number of other items that are not crimes in the state of Florida that we could certainly do whatever we wanted with them because that's our local jurisdiction.
We know that, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so she's expressed her, so possessions of less than 20 grams of marijuana you think should still be criminal? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the things that are a crime in the eyes of the state are crimes. And I don't see how we can lessen them and decriminalize them in a local court.
Okay.
I don't see how that's even possible.
Well, I go ahead.
Well,
I'll
and-
go with
and so I've-
Dr. Lowry and Mr. Patterson and then Ms. Denny's.
Since I'm not an attorney, is it possible that our legal department could, along with the sheriff, make recommendations of what they would like to see civil, what they would like to see criminal, and we get if nothing else, just a recommendation from them would give us a little bit of guidance. You guys travel in circles that we don't, with judges and attorneys and so forth. You know how people feel about some of these things, because otherwise, in a way, I'm kind of shooting in the dark unless I have, for instance, Jamie and Dan and the legal department could say these are things here that would make sense to be civil versus criminal. I think the sheriff, it might not be, I think it'd be a good idea for him to have his input there. I don't know that it needs to make a presentation, but if he could, I don't know, maybe I'm going in the wrong direction, but I would like some feedback from people that have wisdom here and experience here before I try to decide whether somebody should throw a Frisbee or not, and where that works out.
Well, I think Mr. Eckert indicated that we do need to get the sheriff's input. He's been provided with the memo, he's been provided with the same documents as you have, but we've not had an opportunity, nor has he had an opportunity to review this and give his input. So most certainly, we recommend that you hear from the law enforcement community.
Absolutely, yeah. And I don't know if it would be appropriate for our legal department to, in some areas where they could maybe make some recommendations. I know the more information we could gather on that, the more comfortable I would feel. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask one question. If we all go to this second page that we have on beach code, items that are there, starting with obstruction of public access, going down through the last one, I guess, is still under the beach code.
What page is that?
That's on the page 2 of 5. Obstruction of public access is a $100 fine. Now, is that a civil or criminal penalty?
It is an ordinance violation.
Right.
Which, by Florida law, gets into a topic that people will debate, is not criminal. But the statutes, if you're guilty of a county ordinance violation, you're not guilty of a crime. But the Florida statutes say that county ordinance violations, as well as municipal ordinance violations, if the municipality hasn't exercised the prerogative that we're discussing, are prosecuted as if they were a crime. So they go into a criminal division but if you're guilty of it, you're guilty of an ordinance violation, not a crime, at least the way we do it here in Volusia. There are some places which categorize, which prosecute it as in third category.
But if you are charged with that and you go to court, the court rules, it's in the court records, correct? I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just running.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, this is exactly what I was trying to explain from a law enforcement standpoint, having issued these. I was trying to explain it in very layman terms as to what the deal is when you're actually making these arrests work.
That's not important right now. This is what is important.
That's what you're asking.
These items right now, it doesn't matter if it's a violation of an ordinance and it is a court system, it's in the court system, whether it's criminal or civil, is what I'm trying to determine.
And I think that you're trying to get some clarification from the attorneys that we
Yes, ma'am.
have on staff to handle this.
Right. Let the attorneys tell us, because I've had this discussion with attorneys, and they've given me their opinion. I've had discussions with judges who've given me their opinions. And so, Dan, if a person...
It's not a question all that easily answered. The correct answer, the correct legal answer is that if you pick out one of these obstruction of public access and you were charged with that and you disputed it in county court and you were found guilty, you would be guilty of an ordinance violation. You would have gone through a process which is comparable to a criminal prosecution, but you would be guilty of an ordinance violation, not a misdemeanor under Florida law.
Right, and that would be go on your record as being a criminal offense.
It would be on your record as an ordinance violation.
But it's not criminal.
It's not criminal.
Well, and that's where
No man's land.
lawyers and judges are telling me different, Dan. And that's why that's what brought this whole discussion.
Since age has been a discussion in the earlier on, when I started practicing law, before Mr. Wagner was born.
He's not my only source.
I have Mr. Wagner is between the ages of my two oldest children. So
I thought you started practicing law before
the Ten Commandments.
Close. When I started practicing law for about 5 years thereafter, county ordinance violations were treated as were misdemeanors, while the same conduct within the city was an ordinance violation. In 1979, the legislature made them equivalent so that if you are, they have the same penalties available as if it were a second-degree misdemeanor. But if you're convicted of an ordinance violation, it is that. Crimes are offenses against the state. And that's the test. Now, I've had this discussion with Judge Schuman in Mr. Wagner's presence. She says, well, it comes in here on a notice to appear, just as Councilmember Post was indicating, and if someone wants to contest it, now on those circumstances where someone does contest it, an assistant county attorney, currently Mr. McGlashan, prosecutes the case. We routinely, now, I think almost without exception ever, well, I don't need to qualify. Without exception, we have indicated a waiver of intent to seek jail time. So otherwise, we'd have to contract with the public defender's office to, if jail's on the table, then you have to provide a defense lawyer. And if the individual is still is found guilty, say of a noise violation, because we've had that's been a recent hot topic for us, then they're guilty of an ordinance violation, not a crime, because noise is not a violation of state law, though there's some related offenses that involve noise. What Councilmember Post is saying is that so far as she's concerned, and the council, I think, is right to let the sheriff have a say and seek input. She's saying, I'm okay with that, with having a civil citation, but not for conduct which also is a crime under state law.
Got that part.
And former council member Wagner is saying, I want you to issue, I want to do a civil citation for at least some conduct which is a crime under state law. But the answer to your question is, if you go through that process, even though it's in Judge Schuman's or Judge Foxman's court or whatever other judge is assigned, you are not guilty of a crime. You are guilty only of an ordinance violation.
Well, and until we can get the court to tell us that.
Well, we can read you the statute, but Judge Schuman says, look,
If it comes before her,
if it comes
on
before
somebody's record.
before me, it follows a criminal procedure. So therefore, she views it as being comparable to a crime. I think she would agree that. Well, I can't speak for her. That statute says that it's not a crime, but she views it in her eyes as being comparable to a crime.
Okay, well, I guess this is why no one has brought this up in the past 20 years, because it's too complicated. But there has to be some way that throwing a Frisbee cannot be construed by
and
court.
here's the thing is, the municipalities, and that's why I want to take us back to this level of generality. Municipalities, what is shown as civil on that sheet is shown as being as civil under a state statute. We're saying, okay, we're a charter county, and there are other ways maybe to get there.
Anyway.
We're a charter county. We have municipal powers. We think and this is something we didn't say to Mr. Wagner a couple of years ago, although we got there, we might have gotten there a different way under a code enforcement citation process. But we can exercise the same power as municipalities to say that some of those, which to be designated by the council, should be treated as civil in nature, a civil infraction, just like state law provides for others. And on that level, there may be a unanimity on the council. When you get to the specifics, there may not be. And Councilmember Post has indicated one position, and the majority of you may agree with it. The majority may not. I don't know yet. She's saying, yes, I agree to the general proposition. Here's where I would draw the line in specifics.
Okay, Ms. Dennis.
I think that's a fair summary of her position.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council, you think this was a discussion? Josh, they should have been here back in the day when we got to the 20 ounces. Yeah, 12, grams or ounces? I thought that was ounces. Josh, wasn't that ounces?
Pretty big.
I think it was ounces, but anyway.
Over half a key.
So, Council, this is a worthy discussion. Could we bring it back? I would like to have the sheriff's input. I mean, I think we need to have the sheriff's input and get some more input even from the judges and bring this back for a more thorough discussion, because at this time we're all over the place, and I think we need to hear it from the top, not from, anyway, we need to hear it from the top. So if you could set a discussion up and have the sheriff come in and to have this discussion publicly instead of what ifs and how abouts. This deserves serious discussion. Can we do that, Council? I think.
Okay.
Bring it back.
My whole purpose was anything that doesn't sound criminal shouldn't be criminal, such as open container fishing, glass containers, soliciting and canvassing. Any of those that could be construed to be a violation of an ordinance that goes to trial, goes to court, is then on someone's record, and they have been, it's guilty of an ordinance, but whether you call it civil or criminal. If it's not designated civil, it's criminal, right?
May I try and clear?
No, just I want to work with the
I think
legal
that the
people.
term in the memo that I drafted and the term in the case that I cited was, in quotation marks, in the actual case, criminal in nature. That's the term the Second District Court of Appeal used.
Right. Okay. This one's going no far, at least
The
we had
best
it
I
on
can
the
do
agenda.
for you is that's the language in the court, in quotation marks, was criminal in nature.
Okay. Ms. Cusack?
I just have a question. Is there anything on this list that is not marked as civil? Can we go through this to see if it can be determined, if we can make the determination, because we're a charter, that this should go under the line item as being civil?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, every single one of them.
So why can't we do that?
That's what I was prepared to do, but a couple of members said they would rather wait and bring it back.
I mean, we have been dealing with this beach code and we're having problems in that area. We ought to be able to make some concrete decisions here today instead of kicking it on down the road.
Why can't
Why
we go?
can't we do
Why
that?
can't
Why
we
can't we go through this?
Let's go to page 2
Go
and start there.
and look, at least look at the beach.
Huh? There's all of those are civil. They're already civil.
Are you talking on 14, are you talking on the actual
The one
agenda
that
itself or
the
what
marked
Jamie
up sheet
handed
that
out?
we got this morning. This
I'm
one.
talking about,
We've got different
we got
presentations.
different, this is from the, item 14 that is attached here for, discussion, for item 14.
It's the same thing in
Discussion of
the
civil
agenda item.
citation.
Okay,
It's
got it.
the agenda item.
You got this one too, right? Okay. You got it. So,
And in this agenda item, it begins, I'm interested in all of them, but I'm particularly interested in the things that we
Can
have
do-
that's related to the beach code.
yeah. That,
Because there's so much a problem, there's so much of a problem going on there. So is that possible, Mr. Chair? That we
it
can do
is
that?
for me if we can go to Beach Code violation 20-84, for example. That's on the second page, second line.
Mhm.
It's a $100 fine, and right now, it's an ordinance, I guess. Can we make that a civil penalty? Currently, we don't know.
You have that authority, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I
Is
need a
there-
majority of you to
Do
say
all of
that.
y'all want to make that the obstruction of public access?
You
Now,
have authority to give us direction to bring back an ordinance that would accomplish that, but yes,
Okay.
ultimately upon the ordinance
Okay.
adoption.
And then the same thing for obstruction of vehicular access?
Is there anything in that listing that you would not want to be considered? Because I think,
The
for
crimes.
me,
Ms. Post would say 20-123, breach of the peace, disorderly conduct.
What can,
But I want to, and that's because there is a comparable misdemeanor under state law.
Okay, I was going to address the ones that are highlighted separately.
Yes.
And those that are not.
Well, Ms. Cusack's working from the one in the agenda item, not from the highlighted one.
She's got it right there in front of her though, right?
so who's the council person here?
I never looked at that up there.
Same one with the highlighter. So surfing, boating, and
The surfing, boating, and swimming is there only because there is a state misdemeanor charge for an illegally identified vessel.
Okay.
And so we do require registration of jet skis for the beach, and that would be the only,
Well, this,
says though here, right? The way it looks?
I'm adding that clarification. There is a comparable state statute that is a misdemeanor to illegally identify your vessel. Okay, and so it's not just, but that provision in our beach code is swimming, boating, and surfing. So it's not the swimming and the surfing part, it's just the identification of the vessel aspect of that provision of the beach code that has a comparable state statute.
Well, but all three, all three of those shouldn't be crimes.
That's right.
That subset, yes, of the vessel, and then the other two, those are, yes,
Can you pull out the one that you think,
yes, sir.
and then the other two that would not be part of that, leave those as civil,
Right.
Yes, sir.
okay?
Mhm.
Removal of beach sand could be prosecuted as a violation of ordinance and could be criminal as well. So fireworks, and put them in jail.
Yes,
And
sir.
I'm just-
The rest of those, yes, we can make civil if that is the council's preference.
Really?
Civil?
We can make that civil.
You want to make it criminal?
No.
Civil?
It's,
No. Civil, all these make civil that are.
I
other
think
than
I'm
the
hearing
highlighted
Ms. Denny's wants the fireworks to be a,
Civil.
no, I'm hearing from Ms. Denny's, she's shaking her head at me.
No, Ms. Seaman, please do not
I'm sorry,
interpret.
I'm sorry, I saw you shaking your head, I apologize.
Don't be speaking for counselor, no. I'm asking questions, but that's no way for you to jump to a legal conclusion when I ask a question, so.
Okay.
So what are you thinking on fireworks?
Pat, are you?
It shouldn't be
Fred, are
criminal
you
for
following
sure.
this along? Are you
Okay, should not
Should
be
not be
criminal.
criminal.
Okay,
Are you on the page?
Yeah, I'm on the right page, but I think this is just exercise in futility. I'd like to have some more information. I mean, every time I go to the beach, I take sand home with me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's so many details here, and we got to this one thing on the, well, it's a this and that, but it's no, it's on a vehicle, it's on a jet ski. I mean, if we're going to go line by line, we're going to be here for 2 days
no,
here
no.
rationalizing
We've
all this
almost
out.
finished
So we're
one
almost
page.
done with this line.
Why don't we address
Okay.
all of the ones that are not?
That's what we're doing.
That's what I thought we were doing.
We're addressing all of those that are not
So I
highlighted.
think
Ones
we're
that are
ready
Florida
to turn the
statutes, we're just
page.
leaving
We're
alone.
going to leave those for right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
And so far, I think we've got consensus to bring those back. If you bring them back and they're now civil and people don't want it to be civil, you can tell us.
so let me see if I can clarify, because I have a lot of voices over there.
Well, Pat's just said he'll go along. Right, Pat? Yeah, Pat's.
Of
Fred?
Chapter 20, the Beach Code,
The beach code, one of the beach code, 20. That's where we're still
you would like
continuing.
all of them to be civil, except for the vessel registration in 2121, the breach of the peace 20-123, and the possession of cannabis 20-128.
Well, those are highlighted on the sheet that I'm working for.
Right.
from, so-
Yes, sir.
So those are fine. Let's go to page 3. All of those except unlawful acts could be criminal. On that page, on page 3. Lighting standards for existing development.
No, they're ordinance violations.
May I have 2 minutes to just try and explain that in layman's terms? The criminal, because I don't think everyone quite understands, and I'm certain that the public doesn't understand.
But the public's not voting on this.
Right, but I'm hearing that not everyone understands this, so.
I'm asking.
Would
the-
you
I'm
welcome,
asking
would
the
you welcome
attorneys-
2 minutes?
I'm asking the attorneys to answer the question. Is it, if it's an ordinance and it goes to court,
Right.
it then is on your record.
May I have 2 minutes to just try and explain it? Would you
understand
find
it.
my input valuable? I'm,
You're
law
in-
enforcement, so, I mean, I can
Were.
tell you, I was.
I said
just
you
my
were
career.
law enforcement.
Yeah, so I have some valuable input. I would like to try and at least explain it. I think there's some tremendous confusion as to the criminal part.
I don't
Not by
think-
me.
I don't think
Not
that
by me.
we're confused about this. It's pretty
It's pretty straightforward.
straightforward here.
Really, do you
Let
understand?
me see if I
thought
can,
you were
Mr.
asking.
Chair, you do
That's
not
why
want
we
it
paid him to do
processed
that.
through the criminal division of the court.
That's correct. Do not want to do that.
That's the terminology we're going to use. You're going to tell me which ordinances you do not want processed through the criminal division of our
It
county
become a
court.
civil offense, you pay the fine, it goes away. That's it.
Does that help
Right.
everybody to be on the same page? All right.
And
Josh,
it's
do you?
also left up to the discretion of the
Yeah, Jo-
officer.
I'm going to grant my semi-representative.
There's
Mr.
one
Wagner.
important thing, and I'll use marijuana as the example.
Pardon?
Because it's a state crime. Just because it's a state crime does not stop you from making a civil citation.
I know that.
So the whole thing of the state crimes, and sure, you can't make possession of marijuana 21 grams a misdemeanor because you can't change state law. But don't leave out the fact that everything on your list, everything, can be a civil infraction.
Yeah.
That's the important thing to discuss. And obviously, if you want to get, Ray Manchester's here too. He's someone with your beach code that you can also ask
Right.
questions. He's here. So
And that's
Do you-
why I
do
wanted
you
to
agree,
go, I wanted to
Jamie?
get the easy ones out of the way.
I agree with you.
And then we'll go back to those that have the highlights.
I'm glad you're doing it, and I know it's a pain in the ass, so thank
Well,
you.
But it's something, okay. I know you probably haven't. We're
Mr.
on
Chair, you don't
page-
know how much I appreciated when you said I know that, because Mr. Wagner's been over here kibitzing me, saying, but they don't know that.
We do know that. I'm just glad that Mr. Wagner's not billing me his hours on what counseling
So-
he's given me. Yes.
So, did I just hear from council that everything on page 3,
Three.
you would like not to be processed through the criminal system in the courts? You would like it processed as a civil infraction? Is that a correct statement?
Yes, so no longer county ordinance, civil infraction.
Yes. Right. Okay, then let's
Mi-
go to page
mi-
4.
Ms. Denny's?
The what?
I'm I can't read you right now, so I'm not even going to try.
Page 4. Dumping in channel, basin, or other drainage ways. I've seen people dumping oil, and are we better off to make that a criminal or civil? And if something like that, when you see people dumping oil, used oil in I would like those suckers to go to pay to the trial. That was about blah, blah, blah. I mean, I'm not so sure that shouldn't stay where it goes through. That's item 78-2.
Yes, sir. I need to hear from the rest of council.
Yeah, I know.
Do I
Okay.
have 4 that agree?
Okay.
Not at the discretion of the
No, once I redraft the ordinance, it would go solely as a civil infraction. So unless you tell me to leave it as an ordinance violation.
I would say leave it. So that's
Okay,
your
As
so
well
there's
on that
4
one.
that say leave it.
Yeah, leave that one as an ordinance violation.
Okay,
Then on Parks and Recreation, possession or consumption of alcoholic beverages in Lake Ashby Park.
that's been on the books for years,
But it's
council.
going away to become just for $50. They paid their $50 and
Does it have to even be a thing anymore? I mean, do we have to, if we're changing it to civil, if
It-
we don't even need it, do we?
any other park condition should apply to that as well.
So
Well,
I'm wondering if
then
we
you
even
would be
need that
asking me
specific
to
one.
repeal that.
Pardon? Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think-
You would be asking us to
think-
repeal the provision regarding Lake Ashby
Right.
Park.
I think take that one out of the books,
Okay.
okay?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Take that one out of the books. If you have a motor vehicle, you get $250 fine.
I think that's
82
operation of motor vehicles with, across our parks where, not on a road. Well, but that's the little, yeah, essentially, yes.
We're driving a pickup down the trails.
No, yeah, you can't drive pickups down our trails, you can't drive an ATV through the middle of a park.
It's,
Right now, you're telling me which ones you want to take
Let's-
to civil
let's
infractions.
make it civil. Make it civil. taking the Lake Ashby thing out, theft or vandalism of recycling containers or recyclable materials. Especially when you've got recyclable materials, that's just terrible. There should be a criminal thing on that one.
If it's,
106-1, folks.
if it's a theft or vandalism, couldn't they just charge them with theft or vandalism? I mean, why do we have a county ordinance for that?
They,
Why do we have
That's
a?
been
I
on,
think
that's been in our
recycling-
solid waste ordinance since the 1990s, when we first started doing
Recycling.
recycling, because people were stealing from the recycling
Aluminum cans.
bins. And at that time, there was a value to the recycling items. But our contracts with our haulers were making money off of the recyclables, and people were
Understand that.
stealing from them.
Council, you want to leave that as a civil, we can make that a civil, 350, and they go away? Okay. Prohibited acts, now, that's a wide open one there.
Mr. Chair, on page 4, the loud, disturbing, or unnecessary noises, I just want to be sure you have the deputies responding to these noise complaints. We can show it as civil, but that's one that may deserve your special
Okay, if the
attention.
sheriff comes back and looks at that and says he wants it to be something else from it, or the beach, or whoever it happens to be, if they want that for their benefit and protection to change that, we'll be open to do that.
Well, we'll seek his input.
Okay.
But it's ultimately, of course, it's constituents that are going to be maybe complaining to you.
Well, then, if they complain, rather than haul somebody into court, they pay the $100 and go about their merry way.
I can say just from a noise ordinance response, so when you're called out as a law enforcement officer to a noise ordinance, or to noise violation, that is something that constituents call in a lot on, is noise complaints. And if you don't have something substantive that you can do, and you're just basically responding all night to a noise or noise violation, and if you don't have anything to actually, if there's no consequence, it's just a waste of the deputy's time. So on the noise ordinance, I would actually suggest maybe leaving that as a county ordinance to where you still have the discretion. So you'd have the discretion to actually,
Well, if we
it wouldn't just be a fine.
If we leave it, there's no discretion, I guess, unless either write something or not. That'd be the only discretion you have.
Well, I'm saying at least it would have some teeth. Instead of just
The only other teeth is a
dumbing them.
$100 fine.
Well, either way, it's going to be a fine.
Right.
But if they don't pay the fine, then they end up in criminal court.
If they do pay the fine, we don't get any of the money.
Well, I don't think it's really a matter of who gets the money. I think it's a consequence for the violation.
It's the cost that we incur of having to prosecute that also.
I think we could.
But I mean, we're
What do you think,
looking at
Counselor?
the different situations here and trying to figure out which should remain county ordinances and which should remain,
That's
or
what we're
which
doing.
should turn civil.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, so I would suggest, just from an LAO standpoint, that the noise ordinance, or noise violations, remain a county ordinance.
I mean, I guess what you could do, you could go out the first time and say, look, if I have to come back here again, I'm going to write you up, and it's a violation, and I'll see you in court. Second time. Or write them up
I did not expect
and give them
this
a,
conversation today.
I mean, that's hardly any teeth at all, and really, as a,
okay. Counsel,
As a
you want to leave
deputy.
that one in as a ordinance violation? Okay. Huh? 5498 stays there. Loudspeakers and public address systems.
I think we're talking about 50,
I understand
four-
that, that's the next one.
498 and 499 probably.
Right, those two, leave those two in, everybody happy? That's done.
Okay, Mr. Chair, you were asking about 10641. That is the illegal dumping provision of our code that was adopted back in 1989. It's a series of prohibited acts related to illegally burning solid waste materials, illegally dumping solid waste materials, et cetera.
Like on our trails.
As Ms. Denny's pointed out at the last meeting.
And I think those are the ones we said that should remain as punishable by having to appear or whatever.
Okay.
Okay?
Just to go back to it was 50, 497, 498, and 499 on the noise.
Okay.
All right, then you had under,
Could I ask a question? What's the difference on 10697, 106, 165 right below it? Prohibited acts enforcement.
that's what I'm going through for you right now. I'm pulling it up on
10641 and
Unicode.
10697 and 165.
Yeah, those.
When you saw 10641, that was for commercial, 10697 is residential, and 106-165 is, has to do with illegally transporting solid waste materials. So illegally transporting them to a dump that they're not supposed to go to, such as taking putrescible materials to a Class 1 C&D landfill, and when there's, a Class 3 C&D landfill instead of a Class 1 landfill.
Leave those as they are.
As criminal.
Those three.
Ordinance violations.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
yes. And I'll give you an explanation of each one, yes.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
yes, ma'am, I will provide more information. I just had not anticipated this particular conversation today.
Well, why not?
And then the taxation and traffic and vehicles, for lack of what is explained there, I would say leave those. I may be wrong, but
Well, the abandoned vehicle is the abandoned vehicle on the side of the road.
right.
And
Advertising of absorption tax prohibited. What Ms. Cusack? Right. Civil.
that's essentially that if you lease out your properties, you must show the tax as a separate and collected on top. You can't absorb it within your rental value.
Okay.
Advertise that you're going to.
She was talking about the one below that. Leave that, make that civil. 11834 civil.
Okay.
One more page, we're almost finished. And these are all under traffic and vehicles, so these may get a little testy, Ms. Post. Oh, how about this? Parking, stopping, or standing prohibited in specific $15 fine. Those are two civil anyway. Towing of vehicles for compensation compliance.
That's the illegal towing.
I'd say leave that. Yep. Anybody okay with leaving that one? Equipment required, cruising prohibited. Equipment required.
Give me just a second.
118.95. You have to have 4 tires.
That's equipment for wrecker and towing vehicles. That's the equipment they must have in order to operate as a wrecker and a tower.
Okay, that should probably stay, huh? Keep that one.
I think probably most of them.
That's all related to wreckers, yes, sir. 118.96 cruising is, again, wreckers can't cruise. 97 is they can't give a rebate to somebody. All of this is related to non-consensual tows and.
I'd say all
Those are
of
more
all of
regulated
118 leave.
industry, yeah.
Yes.
I leave all of 118
That sounds good.
for now, okay? Utilities. Application for services, you're fined $200 if you don't do it?
Essentially, this is that you're illegally tapping into utilities.
Oh, okay.
This is all about illegally tapping into the utility system.
You can kind of tell by the amounts of the fine that these are a little bit more serious
Yes.
situations.
Well, I thought that would be I thought that'd be 12238, unauthorized or connection of use.
I think all of these should remain county ordinances on page 5. Because they're all,
All the rest of
Yeah.
them leave as ordinances.
Okay.
We finished it, except for.
Now, wait a minute.
page 3.
I think we're getting brain dead.
We might come that way.
Um,
That's my screen quit working again. Supposed to be a reset button on here.
Okay, page 4.
Page 4, the secondhand goods. What do we do with these ones that are highlighted?
So that one I'd definitely like to comment on. In the 90s, I was actually part of the Florida Law Enforcement Property Recovery Unit, and we enacted statutes 539 and 538 regarding Florida Pawnbroking Act and secondhand goods. And there is a reason that these are into place, and these statutes are in place specifically for victims' rights in regards to dealing in stolen property and burglaries, et cetera. So,
Leave
not to
those
mention that
5 as they are, I feel.
they're crimes.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. We just didn't address that, so we
Pardon?
need to make sure that, we did not address that, so I think we need to make sure that we want them to remain.
Well,
You got it?
yep, I
Okay.
got it. Now, and then Mr. Wagner referenced the 2 marijuana. And I don't know if you want the sheriff to weigh in on that issue before you all make a decision?
Let's have him weigh in on that one. I know what my preference is. I don't want somebody with the possession of 19 grams of marijuana, and that's all they've got, to have it on their record for life. Exactly. I want that to go away. It's just not
Well, should we get with
fair
the
to-
legislature on that? Or,
We can do that. We can do it.
yeah. Jamie, can you explain, can you talk about your viewpoint in regards to decriminalizing, how a local jurisdiction can not be making something more stringent, but be decriminalizing a crime in the eyes of the state?
The legislature is just that. They establish crimes under state law. You have the ability, as we were discussing earlier, to provide for a county ordinance which proscribes the same conduct, and to provide that it would be punishable as a civil citation. It's your prerogative to do so, whether or not you choose to do so. But if the officer, the deputy,
He or she makes that decision.
comes across someone, it doesn't keep it from being charged as a crime, because respectfully,
It is a crime.
you're not the legislature. It remains a crime under state law. You can provide the option for the deputy or the beach officer to write it as a civil citation. The term decriminalize is a misnomer as applied to the county council, because that's not within your authority, but you can provide for a parallel enforcement mechanism.
Well, we create the action which decriminalizes it.
No, it remains a crime. See, that's what I'm trying to say. You do not, what the legislature has created, has said shall be a crime, remains a crime. It in all 67 counties.
We need to talk to them.
Right, but that's what I was trying to explain
Well-
earlier, is,
Federal law trumps state law.
Right. And we as a local jurisdiction can't.
What is illegal under federal law, and that's what, part of the issue with how you deal with the medical marijuana. But, and,
Still illegal under federal law.
but it remains a crime, the possession of marijuana and paraphernalia, and paraphernalia could be more than just the marijuana paraphernalia. Remains a crime. Someone can be given a notice to appear. They could be taken into custody. You can provide for the county ordinance, which you have already adopted, and which makes it the violation of that ordinance is not a crime. You could provide for a different enforcement mechanism, provide for it to be made a civil citation. That's within your prerogative, I advise. Whether or not you choose to do that, I don't know. The county council which preceded you, even although we had talked in terms of code violations, the members of the county council which preceded you, so we probably could have gotten them to the same policy decision. They elected not to do that. We're providing a different mechanism for you to do that. Whether or not you choose to make it a civil citation, punishable as a civil citation.
Can you bring us, Dan, you or Jamie, can you bring us back something with wording which would do that?
Well, it'd be the same as what we've just gone through for the others.
Okay. But then just tell us what our options are on what it takes when you bring the others back on that particular one, on the possession of 20 grams or under, with the option for the officer to do that.
We can, if you're, in essence, I think you're saying you would defer the decision, but what it's gonna take ultimately is the same mechanism with 4 votes.
But I want everybody to be involved in that discussion decision. Right now, we're just kind of going through getting these others to come back. So I don't want to say that that's what I feel is I don't want somebody punished with a criminal record for that if we can make it a civil, that in fact does make it a civil penalty.
We'll present the policy question for you at a subsequent time.
May I comment? So who are we, or how can we come back and say, for something that's a crime, so not all of these, but only these 11 things, for something that's actually a crime in the eyes of the state of Florida, how can we come back and say, well, we don't think that that should be going on your record as a crime?
Right.
Because it is a crime, and if you're in violation of it, whether we give you a cite or a fine, or whether we tote you to jail, or whether we give you a notice to appear to just show up for court, it's still a crime. So who are we to say that should not show up on your criminal record because it's an actual, but it's a crime?
The state gives the power to the municipalities, of which we are Charter County, to be able to do that.
All right, well, my opinion is it's a crime, and so, I mean, if you're in violation of it, you should be held accountable for a crime, right?
Well, I would advise you can do it, whether you're making an argument that you ought not to do
We
it.
can change things in Tallahassee.
And you can vote against it.
Yeah.
If we bring it back, we have the option, and if three want it and 4 don't, then it doesn't change. But if there's 4 people that want to say, we want to not hold a person who possesses 20 grams or less, and the officer chooses to write a civil citation and they pay the fine, it's not a criminal record, and we have that right by the state to do that, whether we choose to or not. So we'll make that choice when it comes back.
I think you're going to want probably the sheriff's input on, because the question really comes down to, one of the things that you could consider is whether or not, by making it a civil citation, you are more likely to cause the officer to, because it's only a civil citation, is the officer more likely to issue an NTA for the crime itself? And that's a question that you're going to have to weigh, because
Well, it's certainly
as
gonna-
Councilmember Post, it says it doesn't stop being a crime because a local government says it's not a crime.
Okay, but it would not go through our court system if we did it that way.
If the officer
Writes the
issues a
civil
civil
citation.
citation, it would not go through the court system. You would pay the well, it would go through the court system in one sense. You'd pay it would not go through a criminal division. You would pay the fine if you and we haven't discussed this aspect of it. In some counties, it is treated as you get a judgment for the amount of the fine if it's not contested and not paid. In other counties, the failure to pay a fine becomes
You get a warrant.
becomes an ordinance violation, and then you revert to going through the criminal division.
Right. Okay, I think we're brain dead on the rest of this, right? Bring those back when we are fresh and ready to move forward on the other one. Mr. Wagner, thank you for being here today. I may have to call you back in for reinforcements. We'll move to item 15, if everybody will clear the board. Joyce, Dan, Heather, probably Jamie. Nomination, I've got to make this nomination? And I'll do it.
We've been waiting all day.
Would like to nominate Andros Bell as appointment to the Halifax Area Advertising Authority. He is from the lodging and tourism industry. Anybody, any objections to the nomination? Hearing none, the nomination passes unanimous. 16 has been withdrawn. We move on to public participation. We have no cards filled out of anyone else wishing to speak. And now we will go to closing comments. And we will start with our fearless leader, George Breckenwall.
I have considered cage fighting as an alternative. Safer, along with dynamite trucking.
MMA.
Just report a little progress. We've been meeting on the EMS issue. The council had asked for the meeting at the Ocean Center. Ms. Deddy's brought this up, reminded me about it, and where we're at with that, we are working very steadily with our partners, with the managers group, which entails Tracy Barlow from Edgewater, Joe Forte, Holly Hill, along with the Fire Chiefs Association, and of course members of our staff. And we're working right now on a new response plan and several other initiatives that we would like to bring before the council. That would probably be, if we could have a little bit of time to finish that up, and we're not talking a lot of time, I want to keep the pressure on, but we just need probably to get through this next month and maybe 2 months to finish it off, and then we really want to go to some meeting like that with all the group on the same page about what we want to do. And because there are multiple partners in that system, we feel it's important to make sure that the cities understand what we're trying to do, and of course they have the representatives there. But then the other part of it again is, and some of these things involve the hospital, which has been, I have a meeting coming week after next with Florida Hospital, and their head person that deals with the emergencies and transport. And then, of course, I'll have to follow up with Halifax. So if we don't have the thing from beginning to end, then it's hard to be comprehensive. So, but I will say that we've done more in the last couple of weeks. Joe Pozo here is in the audience. He is. I've asked him to take over as the interim while we work on this issue. And he's already done a great job of herding all those cats. And because we've been working at it all along, we're actually pretty close. But some of the, you know, the idea of having some benchmarks and things, that's all part of what we're going to also bring forth. But also, we got an education component that has to be done. We have a dispatch section that I have to also work with the sheriff's department on, but he has been supportive in preliminary talks about what we want to do on that end, because that's all part of it. Dispatch, response, transport, and then hospital care. It's all part of it. It's comprehensive. Other than that, that's all I have.
Nothing, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had a good day, and you've made some great decisions, I think, here today. I wanted to talk about last week we attended the Diversity and Inclusion second annual meeting. It was a good meeting, and Councilmember Patterson and I were there. And I thought that our presenter did an excellent job as he talked to us as inclusion and diversity starts within us, that we must be always mindful of the decisions that we make as individuals, that they will have an impact on us as we deal with others. So I thought that it was well done, and they're making great progress in that diversity and inclusion. And I give kudos to staff and to the department that is implementing this program through the, what's the guy?
Human Resources. and
Human
Tom Oates.
Resources. Brain dead. But I wanted you to know that I'd like to have an overview as to where we are since we implemented this program over a year ago now. We've had no report as it relates to benchmarks that we have reached as we work to diversify our workplace. So if that can be put on our agenda to have a update as it identifies the progress that we have made in diversifying our workforce, I think that's putting meat on the bones. It's good to talk this talk, but the way that was prepared, that presentation and what we have in hand as the workbook, it tells us how we can measure the benchmarks, how we've progressed, so that we will be able to tell our constituents and folk in our community how we have made strides in the year. So I think that we ought to have a yearly overview and report from that division, and that would be nice to have it, if possible, as a part of our meeting, but also when we do the presentation with our major players, meaning the people in county government. Other than that, Mr. Chair, it's been a good day, and thank you so much.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two things. We did a ribbon cutting on our trails this last segment, and Councilman Lowry was down there with us. We had over 100 people show up. It was a wonderful,
awesome,
it was amazing, wasn't it, Councilman?
Yes.
But I was just thinking in these ordinances, we might want to add one with the trails out there, because there's been donkeys sighted on the trail, and they happen to belong to a councilman.
That's Mr. Bailey's fault for
Right
planting
here.
such wonderful grass on the trails.
It's a sweet grass that's out there. His donkeys get out, and he's got to go down on our trail, true story, and get his donkeys off our trail. But it really was a great community event. And then we had a Lucia Liga Cities dinner. When did we do that? Thursday, Friday. And Councilwoman Cusack was with us and Councilman Lowry at our table. And we presented Mayor Mazarzik with a proclamation to honor him, because that was going to be his last League of Cities dinner. So we went up and joined the city of Deltona to honor Mayor Mazarzik. So that was a lot of fun. And we are hosting the League of Cities next month at the Ocean
Correct,
Center
yeah.
Council. So we need to be there and encourage our cities to be there and share that evening with them. You've already touched that issue. Thank you for that, Mr. Rechtenwald. Council, based on some conversation we've had and where we are in the midst of a federal lobbyist or lack of right now, I'd like you to consider, to the point that I'm going to make a motion to terminate immediately and exercise the 30-day clause of our federal lobbyist contract under the terms that are contained in that contract, Section 3-23 of RSQ number 15-SQ-18JJ, for lobbying services referenced in that contract by and between the Seward Square Group and the County of Volusia, that's been fully executed on February 6, 2015. I think at this stage to call that contract into termination would be the right thing to do based on the situation now.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to call the contract of the federal lobbyist, call it for lack of a better word, lobbyist. Any discussion? Any objections to the motion? Let the record note that Ms. Cusack object. Any other objections?
I object as well. I think it's unfortunate that we're at this point, that we've gotten to this.
Let the record also reflect that Ms. Post object. Any other objections? Motion passes 5-2. Thank you, Ms. Dennis. Dr. Lowry.
Just some quick things. She's already touched on a couple things, so I'll move on past those. National Night Out at Deltona this evening. Looking forward to going over there and spending some time with our officers and other people involved. This Saturday at 10 o'clock, DeLand has their Angel Wings. We're going to have our Scrub Jay Wings unveiled at the Lionia Center at 10 o'clock Saturday morning. I think it's Erica Group. Is that the artist? Is that the gal? Yeah. Anyway, she has been so kind to do that. And then I want to remind everybody, appreciate the support on the Vine and Hops November 2nd, and I'll be kind of tallying each one of y'all to see who's going to be there, so we'll know how many to have ready at the table. So anyway, other than that, that's all I got.
Thank you. Ms. Post.
I have nothing to add other than tonight is the Stuart Marchman annual dinner, and I'm looking forward to attending and supporting them.
Ms. Wheeler. Did I skip Mr. Patterson? I already marked you off before I got to you. Sorry about that. Mr. Patterson. Mr. Patterson.
Well, thank you. I've got an issue that keeps coming up in my district, and the folks over in Victoria Hills, which is over there around Orange Camp Road and that, they're complaining, well, they're concerned because there's a lot of new construction going on, and they only have one way in and one way out of there, and keeps coming up about the right-of-way that I believe the county has from Orange Camp Road up to into that area south of Blue Lake, off from Orange Camp Road. And I'm just wondering, because we can't, supposedly T.J. Lee Dairy is in there. A lot of people are legally going out to 472, and from what I understand, and so is there some way, if we own that right away, we should start looking at coming from Orange Camp Road there and just extend South Blue Lake on into it so that they have a second exit as a way of getting out in case of emergencies or just getting out of there. Okay? That's the only thing I have.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, I would just like to get the council's approval to be a sponsor of some sort for the Volusia County, the Special Olympics event that is going to be happening November the 14th. If I could have this on the next agenda, that we approve this, I would appreciate. Is everybody okay with that?
Give that, and we'll
Thank you.
put that on the next agenda. Was that it? Okay, I guess it's That's it. It's down to me. Just want to thank everyone for your support, and I know I had prayers and my incident 2 weeks ago. Thank you all for that. Ms. Chair, Vice Chair, Chair Denny's for taking care of everything. I listened to the most of the meeting, and y'all got through it without me, so it makes me feel like I can just kind of just retire now, but just kind of semi-retire. A couple of quick things. Last Friday, I met with Senator Hudson in Palm Coast. He had Volusia delegation there. While it's early, it's never too early to meet with our people. It was a great roundtable discussion, just almost one-on-one, because there were only maybe 10 others from Volusia County that were there and talking and asking. Of course, he doesn't know a lot, as you know, Ms. Cusack and Mr. Patterson, but he's willing to. He proposed something which I may not probably share now, but actually I will share it. He is going to propose that the state put a lot more money than what they're putting into infrastructure grants that can be applied for. He would like, especially water related, and a significant amount of money, $400 or $500 million to be put in. Whether he gets it or not, he's all supportive, and water is a very important issue, and having that conversation with him. And he's so approachable and easy to work with. Depending on what happens in this upcoming election, he might be our Volusia senator rep. Yeah, we use any of the ones that we have, but for that. Then one more quick thing. I was looking at the calendar. We have 3 meetings in October. I sent you a notice. The meeting in November had been scheduled to the 20th. I don't know that we thought that that's 2 days before Thanksgiving. And our last meeting in October is October the 30th. That would have given us 3 weeks to the next meeting. Was suggest that we look at moving the meeting from the 20th to the 13th, which still puts us within our time frame of getting everything done, if staff can do that. If council would be okay to, someone would.
Do you need a motion?
I need a motion.
I'll be glad to make that motion.
Motion made by Dr. Lowry, second by Ms. Wheeler, to move the November 20th meeting to November 13th. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. And with that, one more quick thing. Got some numbers. Volusia County's general ad valorem tax rate ranks 43rd in the state of Florida, not second, as some people continue to tout. So thank this council, previous councils, for doing everything we've done to become efficient. At 4:13, we will be adjourned.